good on the high speed.
Okay, so we'll leave them where they are.
Yeah.
Just leave them where they are.
Although, the only thing I'm curious, is there a pressure difference between left and right? Yeah.
Alright, whenever you want to go out. You put your snapback up.
head, I was invited. I get excited when nobody knows me. In my head, you're on the outside. I'm better when I shine. The crystals inside me. In my head. In my head, you're on the outside. I'm better when I shine. The crystals inside me. In my head.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is that time of night again. We are starting another show. I took yesterday off, as always. Had a lot of really kind of cool stuff going on. We'll get into that later. But first, let me welcome everybody to the show. We had Phantasma, that's Ghost 1978, in his alternate clothes. and good to see him in. Agropoulos is in, or Agripolis, I guess. Is not. There's no O in that. He's in. Welcome. Happy hump day to you as well. Silvar Ogre made it in. Good to see you, sir. Damien, parkour fellow, made it in. Glad to see him as always. TVT, the Vengeful Truther, made it in. Good to see you. K2, keep on trucking. Was asking me about my train fund. I am, working towards it. Because Race Car made it in again. Apparently he likes the show. We have a special guest, Trade Winds, who thinks that big guns make small pee-pee while being protected by men with guns. I don't know. It seems like a stupid thing to say, but hey, you know what? We welcome all kinds here, even touched, mentally incapable, incompetent, whatever your word of choice is. Anyway, I'm moving on. Absolutely. Imperious came in. He wanted the I Don't Give a Fuck song tonight. I'm sorry. We had a request for the Crystals song. I don't normally rave out on a Wednesday, but hey, why not? It was a request. Tiki Tack dropped $5 on his way in the door. That's awesome. That you guys should take note. Tiki Tack has style and panache. Knows when to drop a $5 at the door. Ben made it back. Good to see you, Ben. We're gonna talk some more tonight, I'm sure. Yeah. That is a good time tonight. Very good time. Roman King has made it in. That guy's here quite often. Love to see him in the audience. Love to see everyone comment when they come in, because then we know you're here. And if I want to make fun of you or have you up on the stage or both, makes it easier. Kissy Cat made it in, which is always cool. Arakar Oak is in. Good to see you, Emmett. Good to see you. All right. Pardon me, folks. All right. Who else? Beth made it in. Are We Not Men is here asking about my neck. My neck is fine. It's still the same 4 inches, which is more than you have, all the way around. So, good to see you there. Smoking Spaceman made it in, and he asked how much my go-kart was. Well, I think I spent right at 80 or 90 grand on that go-kart. I still have it. Don't know what I'd sell it for. But it is, it's quick. You get to see, the video from the Arizona track is in that car. And that's really good. Yes, again, Beth Mayhew made it in. Good to see you again, Beth. Hopefully Paige wanders in as well. K2, keep on trucking. He did make it in. Chuck in Tennessee is here. Good to see you, sir. Once again in the chat. Always good time. Always. Yeah, so that's we got some people up in here. Mr. Boulay and the Department of Numismatics walks in and says if he had $5 for every memo as he drops a big 5 at the door. It's also Kissy Cat dropped a big 5 on her way in, and she says, I want to be Tiki Tack when I grow up. I mean, who doesn't? He's absolutely cool. The Paper Bag Queen comes in. There are a lot. I'm right actually in the middle of all of that. So that is all of the tornadoes and storms and all that. We had gusting winds in the 20 to 28 mile per hour range today. It was awesome. It was very good. It's a lot of fun. So there we go. We've got a crowd in tonight. So there we go. Wade Boggs, by the way, good to see Wade Boggs in the chat. Don't want to overlook anybody. If I did overlook you, sound off, and I will correct my mistake. So once again, guys, the show is supported by my wallet, and my wallet's a lot lighter than it used to be, and therefore, it would really help out. If you can, you don't have to. If you can't afford to send any money in, please don't. If you don't feel like you're getting good value for your dollar, don't send any money. But if you enjoy the show and you feel like you get good value out of it, please enhance the grift. The grift must flow. It must. It just has to. There's no other way about it. I'm gonna kind of dive right into the last couple of days because we had the I declined to debate the stupid prompt that Prime came up with on Monday night. By the way, I have to ask, since he's here, Silvar Ogre, who was moderating in Fabian Liberty's chat, how that debate went. I absolutely really want to know how that is. I want to know how that went. So please let us know. TVT, that's a good use of your money. Pay the mortgage broker. So, yeah. So the anyway, so that was a stupid debate. I didn't do it, obviously. Actually, Ben and I had actually a good kind of back and forth. Could have been a little better. I was actually pretty tired. But we're going to get into it again. I am positive at some point, and that was really it was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun anyway. So anyway, so yes. Oh, hey Leah, how are you? Good to see you in the chat. So yesterday I spent a lot of time. I've got this. I've got this golf cart that I've had for a while, and the golf cart is doing golf cart things, which means that it's fucking up. I hate golf carts. I've sold my golf cart and bought a Hijet back in the day, and then we have to buy a new golf cart for reasons. And my opinion is that golf carts suck. They just suck. There's just always something going wrong with them. Anyway, so we've got this golf cart. I've been working on it, making it nice because my son's going to use it for shooting clays. If you don't know about shooting clays, basically you drive around a very nice facility on a golf cart from station to station to station, and you shoot sporting clays or whatever. And so a golf cart is kind of it's kind of one of those things that if you're going to shoot shotgun sports, you kind of need you kind of need that to be the case. So I do have enough time. We'll get into that. I promise. We'll get back into the Prime thing. So anyway, so I'm doing I'm refitting the golf cart from cruising around the neighborhood to sporting clay stuff, and it needed to be painted, so I painted it, and I needed to do some other things, and so I did it. I did all the stuff, and it's almost done. But in the middle of it, it's just been like this. I try to have my son involved, and it was he's just not a mechanically inclined person, unlike me. I mean, he wants to be. He's just not there yet. That's fine. So yesterday I spent a lot of time just working in my garage, just happy in my, it's kind of my happy space. And it's just a good day. And then I had to go and do a site visit for a business that we're looking at buying. And I've got to be honest with you folks. Nobody can tell me that the economy in the U.S. is truly shit. We're going to get into why. As a matter of fact, if anybody wants to fight me on that, feel free. Come on up. I will have the I will have the mods hand out links like bologna sandwiches. You can come find me on this because. So go look at this business. This business has been around for 32 years. It's making more money than it's ever has. And these guys are phoning it in. I mean, we went and, I went and walked through it, and the numbers all make sense, and everything makes all of this kind of makes sense. They have 5 people working there. They make over $1 million. They do $1.5 million, $2 million a year in revenue. Like just goofing off. 5 people working there. They, I can't tell you what they do. I've got NDA. There are NDAs in place. I can't tell you what they do, but they're in the manufacturing space. They provide equipment for manufacturing, and literally nobody there worked past 4 o'clock. Like we were there at 4:30, and we were the only ones in the building. Like how is it possible that the economy is truly doing bad? And these people supply machinery to manufacturers. I mean, it's nuts. And then the price. So this business, so normally we get hit pretty hard when I get hit pretty hard when we go to buy a business and they'll have like a pretty good year, right? Or they'll have a pretty good they'll have pretty good growth, right? So in this case, they showed a 14% less sales, but they were more than that pardon me, a 14% drop in revenue, but their profit margin increased a lot because they were able to make some things a little cheaper, or they already had some stuff, whatever. I'm telling you, these guys are phoning it in. And my wife is like, my wife's a numbers person, right? My wife goes with me. And it was just like, why? How does this even work? So normally when you buy a business, they take the EBITDA, or they'll take SBE, and they'll do that by a multiplier. Some businesses, the multipliers, like 3 or 4 times. Sometimes the multiplier is only twice. Yeah, it's a multiplier. This dude's not even doing that. He literally had the business appraised like 10 years ago, and he's selling it for like 10 grand more. He's like, well, it's probably worth 10 grand more than it was 10 years ago. What? So obviously we're like, I think we're going to buy it. We're going to try and, I think we're going to buy it. I think the deal is right. I think the money's right. I think I can literally go in there and clean some things up, add a couple of product lines, do some contract stuff, and absolutely revamp it. I mean, I think we can turn this into like they're not doing bad. They're doing like $1.5 million, $2 million a year. I think we can knock that up to a nice, reasonable $5 or $6 million a year in revenue, with probably an SBE of or SDE, pardon me, of probably around, I don't know. I'd like to see somewhere like 600,000-800,000. Sellers discretionary earnings. So anyway, but it's crazy. It's crazy how, and I've looked at business after business, and this is what's going on out there in business land, guys, and small business. I think the major players are having problems, right? I think that the fact is that with modern machining, rapid prototyping of all kinds, CNC, CAD, what they call 3D printing, which is something else. But I think that as things kind of change, all of these smaller companies that have been around for 30, 40, 50 years, they're not really going away, guys. They're really not going away. I'm shocked the guy only employs 5 people. I'm like, absolutely, I was, and he's one of them. I was literally shocked for the, it ought to be like 14, 15 people. And most of those are part-time. Most of them don't even work a full 40-hour work week. How bad is it if this is possible? Right? Now, obviously, this is not a 3D printing area. This is they make equipment for manufacturing is what they do. I can't tell you what kind of equipment. I can't tell you what kind of manufacturing because it's all NDA stuff, and I'm not going to violate an NDA. And this is like the probably 5th or 6th business that I've looked at. Like, yeah, absolutely. I honestly, if he had a sales staff, all of his sales, this guy's doing $1.5 million a year with no sales team. Nobody's calling people saying, "Hey, sir, can we sell you a machine?" Or, "Hey, sir, what do we do this?" Nobody's doing that. Like literally nobody. It's all either repeat business or, they have something that he did at a trade show or they find him on the internet somehow. That's it. Like does not, I mean, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. Guy's doing $1.5 million in sales a year, just like goofing off. Right. And so, I mean, it's just crazy, man. Like, I don't understand how people right now are thinking, I honestly, I know it's tough out there for people who are idiots. I know it's tough out there for people who want to make a lot of money and not do a lot of anything. But for the average moron out there, I think it's not too bad. Hire me to goof off. That's kind of what I feel like they're doing. So, 30% of their income, 30% of their revenue is in consumables that they just sell. They sell to existing customers over and over and over again. It's very funny. It's not even technology smoking space, man. It's not even the technologies decrease the staff. They have it down to where they're selling X amount and their lead times are enough that they can get it done. And that's it. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I think we're going to buy it. I think if he will do the deal. What I will say about this business is that the reason that I'm interested in it is because of their business model. They're making $1.5 million a year, and their CNC machines run maybe a week a month, maybe, and that's a lot of money that can be made. Those machines can pump out parts or gadgets or widgets for 24/7, and what that's crazy because in my brain, a CNC machine that's just sitting there. They have a Arcar Oak. They have a vertical mill and they have a lathe with bar feeder. So these are machines that could literally be, they could just be turning and burning parts for other people. They could be making contract parts. You can do whatever. Oh yeah, Mr. Boulay, they're working on something for Los Alamos. This is the kind of business I'm buying right now. Anyway, but it's just. They've got 8,400 square feet for 5 people to work in. And they're not building boats or airplanes. It's crazy. The whole thing's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. So I think we're going to buy it. I think we're going to add some product lines. And, because when I think about a CNC machine, a CNC machine should be running and making you $100 or more an hour. And the precision that these guys have, it's crazy. Yeah. Right. Solar Ogre's correct. That machine should be running 16 hours a day, 6 days a week, making money. Should be making $100 an hour or more. It's crazy. They do need a lot of maintenance, but these are good machines. One's in the bar feed and the lathe, the CNC lathes in Okuma, and the vertical milling center is Herco. So it's all good shit. So. Yeah, retooling is a thing. Yeah, 8 hours a day. Figure 8 hours a day for downtiming. Tooling is the worst part, man. Tooling is the worst part. That's for sure. Yeah. I don't know. I think I'm going to buy it. The price is right. The business model is crazy. So that's a crazy thing, EOD. It's a crazy thing, man. They have 8,400 square feet. They really only make like 2 products. They make various versions of that, but they only make 2 products. And literally, like they could literally the entire existing operation could exist in half the space. So it's crazy. At any rate, so and that's just one business I looked at this week. I looked at another. I looked at a machine shop that does small job work up in New Jersey, and it's a prototyping small job shop. They want too much money for it. It's only been around for I think 2 or 3 years. They're profitable, but it's kind of a weird deal. It's just not going to make that much. I don't think it doesn't make as much sense. I should buy Tesla. No, I can't afford Tesla, bro. I mean, I ain't got Elon money. I ain't stacking it like that. That's funny though, Ben. I like it. I like where your head's at. I do think I'm going to buy I think I'm going to buy this machine business, this machining business. Price is right. Can't beat it. And the staffing is good. You know, it's going to be fine. It's going to be good. It's going to be a good time. That's a yikes. That's a yikes. Kissy Cat, I'm glad that you support the decision. I mean, it's going to be a good deal, right? So I'm not going to tell you what the price is. Again, I can't do that. But I'll tell you how we're structuring the deal. The way we're structuring the deal is we're going to give the guy basically, I think we're going to give the guy like 80 to 150 down, and we're going to finance out the rest over 5 years. Comes out to about $3,500 a month. So, you know, it's it'll be all right. It'll be a good deal. Good deal for me. So, yeah. It's interesting because all of the, like, basically the client list reads like is crazy. The client list is crazy. So anyway, you buy their engineers. I'd buy their engineers dinner. Oh, that's dope. I like that. That's cool. That is cool. So anyway, so that's the deal with the that was kind of my day was kind of strange yesterday. Today I was just busy doing stuff and trying to figure out what trying to think through the way going forward with this business, because it's not. Yeah, it's just weird. It's just a weird way to do things. So yeah, and honestly, I'm actually shocked. Well, I mean, I'm not shocked, but I don't know. I'm really surprised that he only has 3 competitors. So yeah, I'm not. I have not. I've been shocked, but I've never been like actually electrocuted. That's fucked up. So, but you got to think about you know it is important to think about where you're going to go, and talk. Think about if you're going to buy a business or if you're going to start a business. It's important. Create a competitor to send cut send. See, I have a lot of friends of mine that use send cut send, and they get pretty good product back. But I don't think that send cut send is one facility. I think they're farming it out to multiple facilities, because that's the way. There used to be another CNC thing like that, emachineshop.com, and basically what they did is you would put your job in, and they would give you a bid that was okay. It's probably better than anything you're going to get locally, and then they would shop it around to their machine shops and get the lowest bid, so they got the most profit. Yes, they have a weld. Actually, there's a weld engineer. They have a weld engineer, which is pretty cool, because I've only ever met like 1 or 2 of those guys, and it's pretty legit welder guy. He's a weld engineer. So, yeah. I can't believe they're burning the Tesla charging stations. I can't believe that. I mean, that's like crazy. Yeah, absolutely. Let me do that right now. Anybody that wants to be in the Discord is welcome, right up to the point where you do something stupid and we ask you to leave. So come on in. Be cool. Have fun. This is true. Hey, Mara Kate, good to see you. Good to see you. That's funny, Tiki Tack, because that's like really true. That's really true. Good to see you, Mara Kate. Good to see you. I guess Brian and Ashley St. Clair have a little bit of beef, a little bit of history. So I've enough of my monologue. Let's get somebody to come up and let's chat, man. It's Wednesday night, it's cool. It's not good little, lot of stuff going on, but not too much. So you want to come argue the economy? Let's do that. I'll do that. What's up, Avoided Hornet? Good to see you. Good to see you. So yeah. That was funny when Brian was like, they talk shit at each other on what the fuck ever it was. X or Twitter or whatever it was back then. That's true. I'm sorry you have to go restart your computer, Smoking Spaceman, but come on back. Come on back. Ben, you want to argue tonight? We can argue. What do you want to argue about? Somebody get Ben a link and he can come up and argue. All right. Yeah, call in a few minutes. That's cool. Man. A lot of stuff. Man, I've looked at so many businesses and they all basically have the same thing going on, man. They're all like they're not terrible businesses, but they're not great businesses. So, it's all right. What I want to know is if VO Pod made it over here so he could come up on the stage and chill. Because I hadn't talked to that fool in a few minutes. What's up, Kevin? Actually, a lot of really good businesses get put up for sale. It's interesting because that's actually one of the big things to do is to put to build your business and then sell it at its peak so you get the most money for it. So that's a real deal. Hey, thank you. Thank you, my friend Agropolis. That's awesome. Appreciate that. We got some memberships gifted. Looks like he gifted 5 memberships. That's awesome. Thank you for sending Ben the link. Appreciate that. Cat, when are you going to come up on the show? Yeah, I see that. You got Beth a membership. That's awesome. I did, dude. I did. I read that this morning. I was really sad about that. I really like that guy. Yep. Yeah, rest in peace, Mr. Iceman. What do you think was that guy's favorite movie? You don't have the voice for streaming? I don't even know what that means. To me, you have a face for radio, face for TV, and a voice for radio. Is that what that means? Thank you for the $2, Kissy Cat. Also, Mara Kate is calling you out. She straight called you out. So I don't know. Where did Trade Winds go? Where did Trade? Because he had a lot to say before the show started. Man, I really like Rob Noor. I should have had Rob Noor on tonight. We could have argued about something cool. Or maybe not argue, but we could have just discussed something cool. We don't always have to argue. We can just discuss. Man. I saw that earlier, Silvar Ogre, about the how long, or Smoking Spaceman, how long the prompt is for Prime. I have to ask, Silvar Ogre, how was it over there for that debate? Did Scott like actually get into that, or did he just was like, oh, you're in the waiting room? They'll get you, man. They'll get you. They will straight jack. I don't see Anson Knowles in tonight. That's the interesting. That's the interesting thing. I don't see Anson Knowles. Oh, Crucible is live. I didn't know the Crucible is live. I mean, I'm sure that that's cool. Do you know who I haven't seen lately? What's up, Lord of Pies? Am I in the wrong chat somewhere? Oh, I see. Apparently, Grace Thorpe and Jack M. Sheridan were slinging some words in my Discord earlier. I was very confused by that. So I was very, very confused. Oh, okay. That's cool. Phone. That's awesome. That's awesome. What's up, Ben? How are you, sir?
What's up, Grid? How's it going? Oh, you can't hear me?
Ben?
Can you hear me? You should be able to hear me.
Ben will get it. There's because race car is up here.
Hey, can you hear me? Oh, hold on.
Mr. Race Car.
Can you hear me? Hold on.
All right, so what I can see it acting like you're talking. Hang on, let me stand by a second. I may have give me 1 sec. Every now and again I'll jack something up.
I was gonna say, do I need to turn the gain up on my mic or something? Or
They say they can hear us.
No, it looks like it where it's supposed to be.
Okay.
Maybe I turned the volume down too far.
That just might be a thing.
Yeah, there we go.
All right. You can hear me now.
I can hear you now.
Sweet.
Now.
What about me?
Oh, now I got you. Good.
Cool. Sweet.
Get up there, Chase.
That's awesome.
Oh, you might hear my cat in the background because he's a whiny little shithead.
That's all right. That's okay. Yeah, I think I have my volume turned down too low. So it happens. It's not that I didn't want to listen to you. It's just I was,
No, you didn't want to hear my cat. That's what it was.
That's what it was. That's what it was. Hey, Arthur Dyer, the cat lady, is in the chat. So how the hell are you guys tonight?
I'm good.
I'm doing well. Yep.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
My favorite brewery up here in Northeast Ohio did a mug club raffle that I unfortunately didn't win. So I mean, when you weigh the worst case scenario, I get to drink my favorite beers, and then the best case scenario, I get to drink my favorite beers out of an exclusive membership mug.
Anson's on another channel's chat simping for some ladies.
Giggity.
Right.
I heard the weather in Ohio is crazy right now. Is that the case?
Oh yeah, dude. Like I'm up here near Cleveland, and I'm so fucking over like the like 30s, 40s weather. Like give me like 60s and 70s so I can start breaking out the smoker and turning cheap cuts of meat into fucking magic.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Actually,
yeah, I'm in the South, so at this time of the year, I forget that it's still cold in other places. So yeah.
Yeah,
I'm trying to forget that it's cold up here. I'm like, man, like I've got my second gen RX-7 that I'm like really ready to like. I want to like take that thing to work, just drive it in and get the fluid cycling because if it's street legal, I might as well drive it, like once every other week or so on the nice days. So And now that my work schedule's changed, it's very unfortunate. I'm gonna have to work every Saturday, so my racing schedule this year is gonna be cut very short. God.
Yeah, that happens.
It does happen, unfortunately, but hey, that I can focus on building.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
all righty, I believe you. So what do you guys? So Ben, you're in what state are you in?
I'm in North Carolina.
Oh, okay. I used to be in North Carolina for a while.
I fucking love North Carolina.
Yeah, North Carolina's cool. It's pretty cool.
I was stationed at Bragg for
okay.
2 years of my military career, so yeah, having that kind of access to like the entire East Coast was just fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a cool state. We've got a bunch of everything. We've got like a 6-hour difference between the beaches and the mountain, and we got some big cities, and it's all right.
I will. This might draw some heat, but I will absolutely die on this hill. Wilmington, North Carolina is far better than going to Myrtle Beach.
Dude, everywhere is better than Myrtle Beach. So I agree.
I don't know that that's even a
yeah. Yeah. I think most people would agree.
So what part? So I actually own properties in Columbus, Ohio. We've been buying a bunch up there.
Like for like Airbnbs type situation?
No, we do rentals.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we do rentals.
Yeah, that's like 2.5 hours southwest of me. So
yeah.
I'm so to not exactly like give away my exact position, but the gas station where the Twisted Tea Slap heard around the world is about a 1/4 mile away from my house.
That's cool. What's up, EOD?
Oh, this fucking guy.
This fucking guy right here. I'll tell you what.
Put you next to each other. I want you two to hug it out.
What am I going to say? Does my camera work? Is it working?
Yep.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure. I'm using a different browser this time. I usually use Firefox. Now I'm using Opera. So. Cheers to that.
Yeah. Jack, dude, what were you and Grace Thorpe doing in my chat earlier, or my Discord server? And why were you in my Discord server and not in her Discord server? What in the world was going on?
Jack's a fucking retard, dude. Sorry, I don't know what I can and can't say, but
yeah.
I mean, you're on YouTube, so you got to be a little bit more careful than if you were on Kick.
Well, see, I'm confused because last time I talked to Grid, we could drop the abortion word, and I thought that wasn't. So I never know what I can.
You got to be. There are guidelines. But don't come off the rails. That was Ben Thorpe, not Grace Thorpe, was it? Fuck, I don't know. You guys are. I mean, you guys were having a look. I mean, I'm trying to understand what the fuck was going on in my Discord.
Are you talking about my?
I was not paying attention. I was busy this morning, and so
it sounds like some of y'all need to get a day job.
Bro.
How did it come? How did it get in my Discord though? That's what I'm wondering, Jack. What did I do?
Because we were on some live on YouTube, and he said, "Come to Discord so we can keep up with what we're saying." It's like, okay, sure. Because he was having an issue with something that I said last time, which was about the draft. But yeah,
the draft is gay. I don't like it. That's not cool. How come women don't have to sign up for it? That's bullshit. No, I'm just kidding.
Equal fights, equal rights.
Right?
It is bullshit.
The thing is, though, like, I think a lot of people agree that if women do get drafted, it would still kind of miss the point because they wouldn't be at the front lines dying. It would be a totally different kind of draft.
And see, I'm in that camp too. I'm like, hey, it doesn't matter you know, it's just not a good idea. So, you know, my actual position is that it should be 1 vote per household, and your household is determined by your tax returns. If you don't have skin in the game, you don't get to vote.
Okay.
There's something else you're gonna have to address. Is like, what about people who file married, right?
Right, 1 vote.
Who gets the vote? The wife or the husband?
It doesn't matter to me as long as it's
For the household to determine.
I mean, you guys are gonna have to duke that out behind closed doors.
No, I mean,
And then
honestly, that is not a bad take to have at all, because right now I think one of the biggest issues that we're facing here in America is just very, how do I want to word this without just coming off too rash? Fuck it, I'm just gonna say it, retarded voters.
Hey, you can't say that.
You can say regarded.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay, all right. I mean,
Yeah.
So, I mean, so the thing
It
is,
was my accent.
The algorithm doesn't know what your tonality is. It just understands the word. So it doesn't matter if you and I are having a very polite discussion about whatever. But so it just immediately interprets it. And mostly what it does is it attempts to look for context in your word, in the way you structure the sentences. And so it's not very good at determining whether or not you're being educational or conversational or being antagonistic.
You could be talking about Joe Biden, or you could be talking about timing. It's not going to know the difference between how you use the
has a hard time
of the R word. Yes, that YouTube doesn't like.
Have you guys noticed an uptick in deleted comments on YouTube over the past few months, or is it just me?
Well, I know 3 or 4 people who have had their either they've been demonetized or their streams have been basically nuked.
Mm. Yeah, I think the censorship's gotten worse for some reason.
The auto mod is losing its mind lately. Yeah, quite a bit.
And so what I think is that that people have been getting away with certain things for a very long time, and they just run right up to that limit. And there's ways around this stuff, right? Like, you can say whatever you want to say. You can sit here and say and everything. You can say anything. As long as the second this live is done, I private it.
Mm.
And then, even then, the in theory, the algorithm doesn't really pay attention to lives. In theory. But I had a situation where I was going to go on somebody. I was going to do a comment on one of Andrew's debates. And I had, at the time, instead of having the guns in the rack like they are now, they were in a different rack that held them vertical. And I looked behind me and I thought, this channel and Andrew's opposition, they're not going to answer my question. They probably may not even answer the question just because of the firearms being in the background. So I'm like, you know what? I was restreaming a couple of different streams, and we're doing a watch party. I had like all kinds of windows open, and what I thought had happened is I had cammed down on all the channels except mine, and I didn't. I had muted myself, but I didn't, and I thought I cammed down, but I didn't. So when all I did was take the firearms down and put them on the floor, and we think there was a plant in the audience that reported the stream, and but in any case, within 20 minutes, that stream was nuked.
Reported it for what? I mean, I see people with firearms in the background all the time.
Well, you can't touch them.
Oh, fuck. It's retarded.
What's up? Kissy Cat has gifted another 5 memberships, and Thorpe TV got one. Gracie got one. Oh, you guys are being too nice tonight. Too nice, but that's okay.
Was it because? So it was because you were touching them on stream?
Yeah, because I took them down
Oh.
and put them on. I didn't know that anybody was going to see that because I didn't know that because I had I thought I was cammed down. And usually, and again, normally in a live, it's really rare for that to happen.
I mean, I'm a big follower of like Brendan Herrera and
Kentucky Ballistics.
Kentucky Ballistics, and also
all of
formerly
them. Grand Thumb,
Demolition Ranch. I hope he enjoys.
He stopped.
A wonderful retirement and everything. And I'm just like, how is having guns on the wall
No. The guns on the wall are fine. Totally fine. It's
until you touch them. God,
that doesn't even make any sense. I mean, all these guys get their money from shooting shit. You can't shoot shit without touching the gun.
This is exactly why Rob Nord doesn't want to fully commit to YouTube, because of all these stupid rules, arbitrary rules. And
they change them every 6 months. They come up with a whole new set of terms of service that you're gonna have to read through and try to understand.
Oh yeah, I love how Brendan Herrera got around the whole full auto thing when he did the 50 cal video. I thought that was hilarious. He's just firing it in single fire really, really fast.
Sped up the footage.
Yeah. Well, there's a couple of different ways, and to be fair, YouTube is trying to deal with the firearms on live stream thing. The problem they run into is the self-deletion on live thing.
Well, I mean, it's not like YouTube has any way of knowing that's going to happen prior.
Right, and that's why that's why their policy is just nuke them all.
I mean, at some point, some form of common sense.
What was that guy's name? Ghost something. Who he self-deleted live.
That's awful.
Yeah. He was always in like this kind of like tactical mass sort of thing. Yeah. I forget what it was, and I forget what his name was, but so there was so something happened. He I think somehow they figured out who he was, and they were basically kind of doxing him and kind of what's the word I'm looking for? They were bullying him. And so I think what happened, and somebody's going to know who I'm talking about. But this dude, he was Spanish, and he started kind of an online relationship, I think, with some girl who ended up turning, being a complete, look,
hole in the ground.
A bad idea. And I think she kind of doxed him and made fun of him and sent private messages, to people that shouldn't have them. And
was it at least a girl?
I think so. I don't know.
Okay. You never know.
You can be anything you want on the internet. That's the crazy thing about it, though.
True.
I mean, they can say they're a girl, doesn't necessarily mean that they are.
That's where I thought you were going with it for a second.
That's why online dating's always a bad idea.
I can identify as like a 6'9" and completely handsome and rich person, but
you're really 6'10", right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm 6'10". Yeah, not 6'9". Yeah.
5'10", 5'10" is what you meant. Isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, to be fair though, being 5'10" is actually better for for being a race car driver, because then you're a smaller stature and you can fit into smaller cars easier. So
what was the problem with the GT40 and fucking F1 cars?
The F1, the thing everybody's always like, do you do F1? And I'm like, no.
It costs like $20 billion to build a fucking F1
It's
car.
very expensive. By the way, effing epic. If you haven't figured it out by now, no Moonlight tonight. Moonlight has identified as not here, and I don't know. Look, I wasn't rude to her. I don't know anybody else that was rude to her.
We had that Beth girl on that was talking a lot of shit, but
I feel like I missed
really
the
talk
lore.
that much shit though. So
I think I missed the Moonlight lore.
is that the girl who sounds like she's deaf and was on whatever and assaulted Andrew Wilson?
No, that's it starts with a P.
Okay, different girl. My bad.
What is her name? Priscilla.
Priscilla.
Because everybody was saying it was Perthilla.
Like with the lisp.
Yeah. Dude, I can't wait to see Jim Bob.
What's funny is I think that she thought that I think Moonlight thought that I set it up, but I didn't. It was all like I didn't set it up. I think somebody dimed her out. I think I know who, but yeah. So the guy who did it, so it's the guy was 23 years old, and because he was a victim of cyberbullying. And this is what caused all of this. You can't touch firearms, by the way. What's up, Grammy boy? That's a neat name. Prithilla. Pratthilla. Who the fuck is that?
That's how you spell it if you're trying to pronounce it in the same way that Mike Tyson would pronounce it.
Yes, I was. Basically he was he had met this girl online. He started chatting. It looks like she was 17. It was his nickname was Inquisitor Ghost, and he live on TikTok. So that's why.
When was that?
Oh man, fuck if I know. Let me stand by. It was 2023.
Oh, okay.
Ticky Tack is in the house. By the way, Ticky Tack has the keys, so he can be in the house anytime. You just wouldn't know.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, man?
It's going. Am I laggy? Is my webcam laggy?
A little bit.
Your frame rate's a little weird, but that's probably because it's dark. Whoa, I just lost a monitor. What the fuck?
Look out.
Yep, there it is. It's back. That was odd. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'll just keep it off for now. Why not?
The consensus is leaning more towards Sarah G. Okay. Wait. Metal baseball bats have been banned in New York City Little Leagues over one kid's face getting exploded.
I was gonna say, doesn't a wooden bat work just as well for that?
I thought a wooden bat would be worse, man.
Yeah, probably. It's more dense. I mean, metal bats are hollow.
Who the fuck is Priscilla?
But at the same time, I mean, it's a lot. You can get more velocity behind a metal bat.
Yeah,
and
it's
it's
light.
still going to hurt a lot more.
I don't know, man. I keep losing my big monitors. What the fuck's going on?
Getting hit in the face with a bat's getting hit in the face with a bat. It doesn't matter.
That's true. I mean, like, that's what I try. That's why I tell my therapist that the reason why I play real league ice hockey is the reason that, like, I can hit therapist. For legal reasons, I'm not going to explain why. I'm just kidding. But what I tell my therapist is that the difference between assault versus a sports injury when I hit someone with a hockey stick is location. I can do it on the ice, I can't do it in the parking lot.
Yeah.
There are some certain
context, right?
semantics. Yeah.
Grammy Boy
Context.
says that this Priscilla attacked Andrew on whatever.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
was the one that like went up to his
That's what
chair
meant.
and like shoved it.
Oh, that
Yeah,
crazy.
the most
Okay,
recent
gotcha.
one. Yeah,
You guys know that I don't actually get to watch the show that much anymore.
we've noticed. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I try not to because I'm trying to conserve what few remaining brain cells that I have.
Oh god, it is a fucking trial every time.
Well, I mean, I did 10 years in the military, as you know this, EOD. I don't have a whole lot left after exposing myself to that kind of stupidity.
Well, it is a lot of the same story. Unfortunately, the 3 or 4 thoughts kind of have the same background, the same upbringing, the same story.
Holy
they give,
fuck!
so it's like,
Anson has made it into the chat. Anson has made it. Anson, how did
Anson.
your breakdown of the debate between I Killed Earl and Batty
My Name is Earl?
go?
I love that
What's
show.
that?
I said, you mean My Name is Earl?
No,
No, I Killed Earl is
yeah, I Killed Earl's her name.
Yeah. She,
by the way,
did not rage quit. By the way, just so everyone knows, she's made it very clear that she did not rage quit.
Okay.
Is that screen name in any correlation to a certain song by the Dixie Chicks?
Yes.
Okay, I was just making sure.
Yeah.
How do you know the Dixie Chicks? Are you kidding me? This is the guy who introduced me to like an Italian metal band that does nothing but fucking parody covers, and he's fucking listening to Dixie
because like I'm musically inclined. Okay, so
that's one way of putting it. That's
I was exposed to a lot of types of music at a younger age that I may or may not have actually liked.
Well, it may be one of those things where it's like you
may
say, "Oh, I enjoy NSYNC." They're like, okay, maybe." But then as soon as you say Dixie Chicks, it's like, okay, there's something going on here.
If you have a favorite Taylor Swift song, that's when we have to really worry, I think.
I mean, I have a favorite Taylor Swift song, but it's only when it's covered by Our Last Night.
Ticky Tack.
I'm still concerned.
You can read this.
Doggos on Tiggy Tech screen. Yes, I do have many doggos. Doggos
Many. As any Texan should.
Is that a Malinois on the right?
So a Malinois mix. My actual Malinois. I have this one.
I was gonna ask what color are they when they're puppies. I have a little puppy that I got from the Humane Society, and they told me he was a Shepherd mix. We're not sure. He seems to have the stance of a Malinois, but he's got like the markings of a German Shepherd, and he has floppy ears, so it's confusing as hell.
So this is a purebred 6-month-old Malinois.
Very brown.
Yeah.
But I've heard they could be black too, though, can't they?
They can be, yes. But what it is that you'll see kind of like the black is on the ends of the hairs. It's not fully complete on the hairs.
That's my little Frodo's coat is black as night.
So the one in the front is a Malinois mix, and that's the purebred. So if you want to like kind of tell the difference of the fur color.
Yeah, nice. He's a wild little dog, man. I'll tell you that. He loves jumping and running, and it's impossible to keep his attention.
Oh yeah, this one carries around like big ass logs throughout like throughout the yard. It's like when he gets bored of his ball, he picks up like a log that's bigger than him and just like runs around with it.
It's a dragon to slay, man. He's slaying dragons.
Mm-hmm.
Kissy Cat obviously has way too much time on her hands.
And 11 dogs.
And 11 dogs.
Good lord. 11 is too many. I wouldn't know what to do with myself. I'd be going crazy.
My HOA would be pissed.
I'm struggling. I'm struggling just to have one cat.
Yeah,
that's funny. That is very funny.
And as soon as I
2-dog limit.
Come here. Get over here.
Well, hold on. It looks like Anson just dropped Arthur Die like a bad habit.
Uh-oh.
What? What?
Bring her back.
Waddling off.
I say ban all commies. Your commie, ban. Hammer, go away. You like the hammer and the sickle? Have this hammer. Kaplow.
I don't think people give Althrodaya enough credit.
You deported.
Not my type.
Sigma male.
Nobody gives her enough credit. Like I know she's a bit of a boss babe and has made a lot of money, but she just admitted that it's like, oh, if a guy wants to go on a risky like business project on it, she'd be totally supportive of that. It's like that's a golden woman right there that you have to take up.
Hey, she was on my side in my disagreement with you, Grid, FYI. So I don't know who she is, but I like her.
The opposite side.
Huh?
Arthur Die is always on the opposite side. She's the not so feminist. She's feminist, kind of.
She knows how to submit, so that's all that's needed.
Or she says she does.
Giggity.
We have no proof of this. She's unmarried.
Going back to the dog thing real quick, why do
Back to the safe space.
Why do so many fat women have small dogs? What's that about? I've always
It has to be some kind of control issue, you know, like, oh my god, I can carry it in my purse.
Right.
$2 from Kissy Cat. The 11 dogs were kind of an accident. There's a solution for those kinds of accidents.
I acquired Chase through the universal cat distribution system. Yeah.
What do you mean he was a stray?
Sort of, yes, but also at the same time he kind of chose me because I was at work and this little shit decided to follow me. When I used to be a mail letter carrier for the post office, and one random Christmas Eve in 2021, as if you know we get more of them than just one Christmas Eve. He decided to follow me for like a half hour, and I'm like, all right, dude, I'm just gonna put you in my truck and let's just see what happens. And
I'm sorry to say, but the joke's on you. Cats follow everybody.
It's true.
Oh no, this dude has straight up chosen me. He does not like anybody else.
Whatever makes you sleep at night.
Jack in the chat had it correct. He said you don't have to walk the small ones as much. That makes perfect sense, actually.
Oh,
you know what? That absolutely connects.
I've never thought of that.
So I'm gonna, as much as I like jabbering on about dogs and stuff, but hey, Tiki Tack, did you ever re-debate non-fawn? Did that ever happen, or did you guys?
No, I haven't.
Like, whatever.
We kind of became friends after that. So I would show up on his channel like quite a few times, and whenever he was like debating somebody, I would just kind of like push them around, just be a little bit of a troll, just to kind of like show them it's like, hey, you don't have to like put up with the bullshit some of these people like throw in. If they're fucking idiots, just make them look like idiots. You don't have to deal with them.
Yeah.
But no, it's like Non-Fun and I we're on good terms.
Okay.
This is automatic stream points right here. I'm helping you guys out.
That's right. That's right.
He does look much more like a German Shepherd, though, I think.
You're just trying to one up me because I got Chase in my lap right now.
Well, no one can see your Chase.
Grid's like, fuck these dogs.
Why, but, hey.
Y'all are so gay.
My dog. So my dog literally was just whining to get into the house because my son closed the door and would not let her in.
Oh,
and she knows that somebody in the house is eating, and therefore she feels absolutely. She's filled with angst about that. So it's filled with angst.
But there's no sure.
I'm trying to train him to stay out of the kitchen when I cook. I was cooking country ham earlier, and I taught him where the baby gate is behind me. Do not cross the threshold, and he was learning. So I gave him some country ham So that's
Dude,
good training.
this little puppy on my screen, it's like I constantly have to fight him on trying to like, put a sniffer in places. It's like whenever there's food anywhere, he'll try to like go after it. It's like he just wants to challenge everything. Literally, that's just in his nature.
God, don't I freaking know it, dude? You tell them no, and they're like, "Oh, no, fuck you! I'm gonna do it anyway."
It's always very interesting to me how there are some dogs that are just absolutely just like ridiculously intelligent. And my husky, when she was little, she knew I fed her, and she knew my son fed her, so she would kind of do what we said, but nobody else. Like literally nobody. Like she just didn't care.
I'm just curious how EOD is going to go to work tomorrow and having to explain the hickey on his neck from his dog licking him.
He is at work.
Wait, is it a male dog though?
Yeah.
Oh, that's even worse. That's even gayer.
Well, never mind the fact that he's only a few months old. But
yeah, this is not looking good. This stream's gonna get shut down.
Grid.
Ow!
So many.
Yeah, Grid, that's the problem I have with my pup is that he's so fucking intelligent that he knows like where the limits are. So he'll keep challenging the limits.
Yes. Yeah. No, it's and so Huskies are apparently like that. They're kind of known for that. And so my dog and I have an understanding that if she wants to go do cool stuff, she has to stay in the yard. And so you can leave the gate open and she'll stand right at the gate and look out. And she's not coming out. She knows she could. And she wants you to know. She could. But she knows she won't if she goes out of that yard and down the neighborhood and all that nonsense. She won't get to go play. And she really, really loves to go play.
Yeah, like don't get me wrong. Like my shepherd, it's when I get forceful with my commands, he knows to respond and come back to my side on every single occasion. He doesn't run out of the house or anything like that. But when it comes to like the backyard and stuff, he'll just kind of like dangle around and be like, maybe I won't play with the ball. Maybe I'll go and like chase around with a freaking log.
Yeah, they know where the Huskies know exactly where the limits are. I'm sure Malinois know it as well. Right. And they're both escape artists. I have a friend of mine who had one, and that you could not lock that dog up. It would figure out a way to get out of wherever you locked it up.
Yeah, I knew of a few neighbors who had Huskies, and I always had to be like, oh, I heard them like jump over the fence and started whining and crying and stuff. So I would go over and rescue them. Yeah, it's like that happens so freaking often.
Yeah. Escape artist.
Unfortunately, I have about a dozen holes in my fence line out back, and he is big enough to fit through any of them. We figured that out pretty early on.
That sounds like what you're doing Saturday morning.
Yeah.
I've already had to replace like 5 fence pickets. It's surprisingly not from my dog, but from the neighbor's dogs wanting to attack my dog. My dog would literally sit on the fence line on the other side and just kind of like be happy-go-lucky while the other ones are just like barking and just scratching at the fence.
I know.
Yeah.
I got a neighbor with an out-of-control dog that just barks at anything that moves. Absolutely loses her mind.
Well, I learned that most of my neighborhood is full of single moms, so they don't have control over their dogs.
Right.
So I have a friend of mine, she lives in Durango, Colorado, and her husband, they have a match set of these hunting dogs. They're wire hair, something or the others, and these dogs range. So, and they have a lot of property, so the dogs just range on the property. Well, they've had a mountain lion on the property for the past few weeks, killing deer and whatnot. And the male dog came up missing. And he was gone for like, half a week, maybe a week. They literally found that dog like in another county. Just Just went walkabout. Just
They're committed.
yeah. Just didn't, you know, I'm gonna go find whatever it is I'm gonna go find. And it was
That's the nature I see in my dog. It's I don't think he's like a police dog. I think he's bred to be a hunting dog. Because he's so committed to finding the prey that he'll just keep seeking after it, and as soon as he gets it, he returns.
Yeah. Yeah, my dog has a really high prey drive. Small animals are just not a good idea.
Oh, it's my dog keeps the rats away. That's hilarious. When I go out in the middle of the night and the rats are scurrying around, he has a blast.
Oh, I bet.
So, when I was we use they're not we call them gopher rats here, but I think the proper name for them is there's some kind of mole or something that they are. But so I had this cat that was very similar to a Russian blue, but just bigger, just that same blue gray, short hair, but just you know bigger than most Russian grays or Russian blues. And we called that dog Rebel because it kind of was. And that cat killed with no noise and didn't leave a mark on it the biggest gopher rat I'd ever seen in my life. It was underneath the kitchen table.
Oh my
Walked
God.
in.
Yeah.
We got up in the morning, walked into the kitchen, and the cat is sitting there like, see what I did?
I got you guys something. There you go.
I killed it. It came
I've
in.
never heard
It's
of a
supposed to be
gopher
here.
rat before.
The cat was like, that not supposed to be here. He's dead. I did it.
I woke him up. He's got to pee. I'll be right back.
Well, that's kind of how the difference between cats and dogs is that cats will go in for the kill, where dogs, they'll corner them and they'll just wait and observe them like their plaything.
Yeah. It was,
My cat's
it
just a
was
big
hilarious.
pussy, unfortunately.
It was a hilarious thing with that cat. That cat was awesome. I love that cat. I love
Did you know
Russian
cheetahs can be domesticated pretty easily?
I wouldn't try it.
It's apparently cheetahs can be pretty easily domesticated from, cursory Google searches, which I didn't know.
In theory, that sounds fun, but I don't have that kind of acreage to like want to try that.
Well, you better be skinny if you have one, I guess, right?
Yeah, I have this weird. I like the short hair cats. Like I like Russian. I really like Russian blues, and I really like Siamese. I really like the attitude of Siamese cats. I had a absolutely black Siamese cat, and it was an amazing cat. Her name was Cinder, and she lived like a ridiculously long time. I honestly think she lived to be like 14 or 15 years old. Just ridiculously long time. She was angry.
I've never seen one in real life before. Now that I'm thinking about it, a Siamese cat. I've never seen one.
Really?
They're not common, right?
They used to be. They used to be really common.
I'd agree with this comment.
Yeah, dog is honestly like taking care of a child to an extent. Cats are. That is true. That is true.
Yeah.
You have a semi-paralyzed dog that you do everything for. Why is Kissy Cat not up here talking?
Well, right now, my eldest dog, which is like 16 going on 17, she's pretty disabled. I have to carry her up and down the bed. She can walk on her own, but there's a lot of times where I have to carry her outside in order to get a better footing on like the ground versus concrete floor. She's definitely on the edge. I don't think she's going to last much longer. It's going to be a sad day, but it is what it is. She had a long life, being like 16 going on 17. So.
Yeah. Yeah. That's actually kind of all right. So I have to ask, people referring especially to small dogs and small cats and things like that as fur babies. Where are you at on that?
Thank you for bringing this up because I was going to bring it up too. I think it's pretty weird that so many women, especially, but people in general, seem to be replacing their lack of children with small dogs. I feel like that's a thing.
I do think it's odd, but when it comes to a context of a woman, I don't really care because they're emotional beings.
They're odd.
So it's like, yeah, they're yeah, they're odd.
Pretty much,
they're odd
yeah.
because they're emotional beings. So it's like, whatever. But if there was a man that came up and called it the fur baby, I'd be like, what's wrong with you, bro? You need to get a wife.
Or
I mean,
husband,
I
right?
prefer to Chase as my fur shithead.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, like this puppy on my screen. He's poo poo head.
I don't know what's going on with Anson and Arthrodaya. They are
Going at it.
Are they do you guys need a moment? You guys need a moment?
Because we'll all watch it.
Yeah. If you need a moment, take two because we need.
We can play some soft music for them and light some candles, and
that's funny.
I don't think it's that kind of moment, but you know, hey, we tried.
You take what you can get,
right?
This has been the greatest investment to keep his attention ever. It's an old milk jug.
An empty half-gallon jug of milk.
Well, he'll destroy that soon. Don't worry about it.
He fucking loves that thing.
Yeah, I mean, you paid for the contents that used to be inside that container. So, I mean, you basically got that as an added bonus.
Indeed.
Winning.
Do you buy him rawhides?
Yeah, he's got one. One of these is leather. It's like a big thick leather thing, but then this is rawhide. He loves this thing too. You want to? Come on,
Wally. You're welcome to get a link and jump up here, man. We might eventually start jabbering about something other than aminals.
Barking at.
Yeah, other than the dogs.
Hey, EOD.
Yeah.
I've seen you in Rob's chat. I think you're a mod there, maybe?
Yep.
But what can we do to get him to properly say Trende Aragua? Like, if we need a GoFundMe or something, like, I feel like he knows how to say it, but he refuses to say it correctly.
He's tired of people fucking correcting him, is what it sounds like to me. He's just frustrated with that shit. But if you give him enough money, he'll probably make his best effort. I'll tell you that.
He gets so mad. I love it. It's so funny.
I don't know if you want to switch topics a little bit, but stay on topic to what you were talking about at the beginning. So what are the things that a person should expect if they were to start a business for fun? Given like an example of when you started like your racing team.
Mm-hmm. Well, I never looked at it as fun. So that was the thing, is that it was something I enjoyed, but I wouldn't say that it was fun per se.
Are you saying fun in the context of what other people interpret as fun, or was it fun in your own context?
Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me answer. $5 comes in from Kissy Cat. I promise I'll join your stream sometime. I'm ... working ... now. Cry
What the hell
face.
does that mean? Is she naked, jacking off in front of?
I don't know. Maybe she's naked. I don't know.
I think she's
really, really sus, and I feel
maybe
like
there's some OF going on.
No. She's just sticking labels on soap right now that is being sold on Etsy.
Oh,
she's taking feed pics for her OnlyFans or something like that.
So I have a friend of mine who is doing that, actually, the soap on Etsy thing. And I keep saying him and his wife, but really it was his wife doing it. And she basically forced him. She put him in a situation to where all of these orders had to get filled. And so obviously, beta
male.
And so literally they spent every moment fulfilling these stupid Etsy orders because apparently if you don't fulfill the orders quickly enough, it's like a bad mark or something, and it drops you down in the visibility. So they became so it started out as like this fun thing to do that they became a slave to.
I was going to say, man, everybody's a slave to the
that.
algorithm eventually, no matter what website you're trying to work through.
Yeah. I'm sure it was profitable.
Well, yeah. So I said I wanted to come in here and challenge you on the economy, and
I got it. Yeah, okay. Kissy Cat sends in $2 this time.
Okay.
I'm in my office at the hospital. You degen.
That's even worse.
You can definitely still take pictures of your feet for your OnlyFans page.
Look, I'm only 10% degen.
That doesn't change anything, Kissy Cat. It really doesn't.
You're at the hospital.
She didn't deny what she was doing.
Arthur
she denied
is at the hospital. Are you guys at the hospital? Are you at the same hospital?
So there's only one hospital.
You must be jealous of each other.
She says, "I hate you all."
I hate you. Dang it, woman! You can't hate us all. You have to pick one.
You know what? I'll take one for the team on this one because I'm poking the bear the most.
Yeah.
I will gladly go down with this ship.
I can see it now. Like I can see it now. Kissy Cat is like, oh, Arthur Daya, you anesthesiologist, you're making like 4x the income that I'm making right now, and all you're doing is just administering drugs like I'm doing right now to all the patients, but you only have to do it for surgical one time a day. Like, come on, you're not even worth that much.
Okay, let's get back to the thing. So,
this has gone off the rails.
So, everyone I know that has started a business that they thought that they did for actual fun, like kayak rental company or that kind of thing, unless they were just really good at it and they could they had some means of staying afloat while they got a reputation and built a following and built, it's like you got to have all of the things, right? Like it only takes one small thing missing for it to just burn.
Yeah.
Right. So if you could be the best river guide on the planet. You can know literally all the cool places to go, everywhere, the best places to swim, all of this stuff. You could be the best river guide. You could have nice boats that you clean every day, or maybe you've got kids that do it, or you hire out a Cub Scout troop to help you or whatever. Whatever it is, you could be that guy. You could be that good at it. But while you're building that business, if you don't have the capital to operate and work and live, you'll fail because the bills won't get paid, the things won't get taken care of, and you'll go out of business.
It also doesn't take much to stay.
And I see that happen a lot.
Use Flex Seal appropriately.
Well, let me maybe rephrase this question then.
Okay.
It's like what? Yeah, it's like what if I was chasing after a really cool title, in that saying that I own a racing team. What if that's the only objective?
It depends on what you're trying. Okay, this is like anything else. It's not what you do, it's how you do it.
Okay.
So like I was able to become a race team owner and have all this stuff because first of all, I suffered a lot and I didn't care, and I had the ability to live super cheap for a long time, and I was willing to literally sacrifice every other aspect of my life to do the thing. right? Like I dropped like all the hobbies I have now. None of it. I didn't do any of it. Like no fishing, no hunting, no shooting, no nothing. I didn't do anything. All I did was learn how to be a good race car guy. And I went and the first. So I always thought I wanted to be a race car guy, and you know, my neighbor and I had worked on his car for a while, so I had a basic understanding of it. And then I was at the time I was doing mostly restoration work with Porsche. I had a pretty decent following in a couple of Porsche club communities. And the whole reason I got to the idea where I thought I could own a race team was because I went to I crashed a Formula car. I crashed a Formula Super V, a Lola, and I tore the front end right off of it. I hit this wooden barrier so hard it broke the steering rack. And so I had to fix the car, but I didn't have the knowledge to fix the car. I didn't know how to do it. But I have in my Porsche club stuff, and I had been racing. I knew some people, and I called up this guy who I had been working with on engine parts, and I knew he had a race shop. And I said, "Hey, I've got this car. It's bent and broken. Could you guys fix it? Do you know what you're doing?" He's like, "Yep, I got a guy." Sure enough, I go up there and I drop the car off, and nothing really kind of happened to it for a little while. They made the control arms. I remember that. And they built a jig and built the control arms and stuff. But then I kind of, it kind of got to the point where I needed to push this over across, and I could see I needed to push it across the finish line because they had moved facilities. They had this massive staff of people that they were training. And it was kind of a perfect storm where I didn't really have a whole lot to do for a few weeks. And so I just went and I lived in the shop. They had a shower and everything. And I just lived in the shop, and all I did was repair that car. And they had really top level guys, you know, all the guys that can make anything out of sheet metal, the guys that can weld, you know, like anything and make it look perfect. All of those guys, they were all right there. And I was able to learn from them for free while I'm repairing this car. And I got the car repaired, or I finished it up. I repaired the car and took it back, set it up, and gave it back to the owner of the car. And and they asked me to come back and help out one weekend. So I did. And I helped out at VIR. You guys familiar with VIR? Virginia
International Raceway. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I went up there and I helped out. Now these guys mostly did Porsche racing, and they were really good. And that weekend that I went up, it was an HSR weekend, which is historic sports car racing. And so we were running a 935, a couple of 914.6s, and a fleet of freaking 911s. And I did really well at it. I was like, because I'd already been working with Porsche for a while, I understood the cars, I knew what they needed. I had been racing for a while, so I understood what made the car go around, and I didn't have an ego about it. So if I said, "Hey, I think this needs an 1/8 inch of toe out in the front," and if one of the engineers said, "No, kid, you're wrong. It needs a 16th toe out in the front. The 1/8's too much." Whatever. I would be like, "Yeah, okay," and I would make a mental note, right? And so after that weekend, I knew that at some point I was going to end up owning a race shop. And everything I did from that moment on was in that trajectory to do that. So I ended up going to work for that race shop. And I lived in the shop for like 2 months until I got around to finding a roommate with a townhouse that I could rent a room in, and stayed with those guys about a year, maybe a little longer, and we did a lot of cool shit. Learned, like, it was the best place to learn because I was getting paid. I wasn't getting paid much, but I was getting paid, and I was able to learn. And everyone around me was top shelf, like absolute best at what they did. If I could walk across a parking lot and there was Tom Gloy. Well, not Tom. It wasn't Tom Gloy anymore, but it was fuck, what was his name? The fucker from California. It doesn't matter.
Gavin Newsom.
No. No, race car guy, road racing guy is like super. His family's been around forever, and they ran MG midgets and that kind of thing. And he ran. They were running Trans Am with the Huffaker Cavalli. Yeah, Huffaker.
Those are two makes of cars that YouTube doesn't like to hear either.
What's that?
An MG midget and a Trans Am.
Trans Am was a series. So they were running the Jaguar and the Cavalli Mangusta, which is a Mustang, and the
So I kind of want to ask some questions on this.
Okay.
So you weren't initially, you weren't initially like starting out as a race team. It's just more of you fell into the industry, where not only were where you actually were gaining knowledge in how the race industry works under Porsche, and you were somewhat valued in the work that you actually provide. Would I be correct on the assumption?
Okay.
So just off that, then I would lead into, it's like, what was the point where you decided to delineate back into your own race team, and what was the specific service or specific unique characteristic about your race team that you provided to the world?
Yeah, let me get into that in just a second.
Sure.
Wait, 3 flights? What part of the world did you come from? It's Alabama. Well, I mean,
just from hearing this
Alabama.
anecdote, I realized the error in my ways, because I'm like, you know what? Rotary engine, because simplicity and nobody else understands it.
Most people don't I mean, literally, even people that swear they do. Like Chris at Bonsai doesn't actually understand the rotary. He's just good at putting it back together.
I think a lot of people just don't understand engines in general now that they can research into it.
That's true. So what ended up happening was I ended up going to work for that race shop, and originally I was just going to so it was a job to fill the dead air after college, right? Does that make any sense? Because
what was your college degree?
Psychology.
Okay.
And I had a dual degree in criminal justice and psychology with a minor in philosophy.
What I should have done is psychology and philosophy. I studied computer engineering. Holy crap!
I did.
I totally got fucked.
I did a minor in philosophy with an emphasis in Asian thought, and not THOT.
I was about to ask about your wife.
Yeah, I was deviant.
Like Sun Tzu and Taoism and shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's cool.
I hear that helps with racing.
That was pretty good.
So it was originally just to kind of fill that dead air until I found an office job, but then I realized I hate offices. You don't like to be in them. I don't like to sit all day. I can't sit still very long. And I like to build things. So that changed my trajectory. Now, what I had been doing, and because race car will take a lot of hints here. What I had been doing up at that point was mostly autocrossing, and then I had branched into actual road racing with SCCA, and I was running an MG midget, which was an MG. I ran that in several different configurations, and I moved into road racing, and I remember I thought because like the car revved to 10,000 RPM, and it was like super cool and just badass. But it was one of those cars where if you'd hear this thing that sounds like a super bike going, and it's going like this.
Yeah.
Because
Stop talking about my FC like that.
You feel personally attacked. And
do you really have an FC?
I do have a second gen RX-7. Yeah, it's a Series 4. I've got literally everything in my basement right now to convert the exterior over to an S5, so it won't look like a Porsche 944.
Have you ever heard of a company called Rotary Resurrection?
The name sounds familiar. I have not patronized their business.
Yeah, he's in the chat right now. Like, he is the guy to build engines for the Rotary.
I'm actually so the engine build that I'm working on for my own. Like literally the only thing that's holding me up is, well, one is money, but I've got a core engine that I'm disassembling. The rotating assembly, once I get my flywheel and counterweight, I'm gonna have that all sent out to be machine clearance balanced, and we're gonna have this thing fucking spin into the moon. And then from there, it's having the ignition and fuel to support, said RPMs.
Give me 1 second, and I'll help you out with that. Mikey Balls, you and Naomi have to get up here before the end of the show.
Giggity.
Oh yeah.
No giggity. What's up, Chris Lestrange? Good to see you. So,
I think
into this rotary engine thing. There is so much like nonsense about the rotary engine and how it works and how it makes power and what you want and what you need. And there used to be this whole thing about how, they're busy.
See, that's where the giggity comes in.
That's where the giggity comes in. Okay. Tomorrow afternoon, then. Hold you to it. So
my question is, like, where did the money come from for a fucking racing team? That's millions of dollars, right? Like that doesn't just fall out of the sky, right?
Let me educate.
That's really my question. Like, and then I'll talk about your whole origin story. I'm like, where did the money come from? How did you get started?
Yeah. Let me help the young man.
Yeah, they don't exist.
So the problem with most people in a rotary engine is they try and treat it like a piston engine, and it's not. It has a lot more in common with a port-tuned two-stroke than it does any other engine on the planet. It is basically a port-tuned two-stroke. And so once you understand that, then you can start really understanding why different things work with the exhaust and why turning at 10,000 RPM may not be the best idea, that sort of thing. So we ran the RX-8 in the Pirelli World Challenge, the Renesis motor. Literally nobody else in the country at that time was making more than 200 horsepower really to the wheels. They all said they did, but nobody had a dyno chart for more than 200 horsepower. My car turned 226 horsepower religiously. I mean, you put it on a dyno, 220 something horsepower.
And that was NA, not turbo, right?
Yeah, it's all NA. Yeah, all NA.
Yeah.
146 foot-pounds of torque, 224 horsepower average. And it did it all the time. And we could turn it to 10,000 RPM. There was no point in it, but we could do it. And most of the time we turned it, literally every single shift on the track was at 9,600 RPM. Like, you could just look in the data. It was just 9,600.
I mean, like, now here's where we're gonna like probably lose a lot of the audience when I start asking these kind of questions, like what kind of porting?
No porting.
Stock porting, and you're still running it.
Stock Renesis.
Yeah. I kind of want to jump in on this.
And you're wow. Okay.
I kind of want to jump in this because
people don't understand things.
Yeah, because when Grid just started out his channel. We had a conversation about this with another one of your guys that do like RX like rotary engine tuning.
Yeah, Ryan. Fuck is Ryan's last name?
I was gonna say I know
Well-
I know Logan pretty well. From Defined.
Yeah, they know turbo cars really good.
Yeah.
Do you know
Logan
Logan
runs
runs cars?
Yeah, Logan runs a peripheral port 4-rotor FD.
Yeah, peripheral port's great if all you want to do is turn 20,000 RPM and make cool noises.
Well, this is what I found fascinating when I was being described this idea of that the rotary can be run as a two-stroke. So I come from an industry of where I worked on motorcycles and dirt bikes.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of two-stroke engines. And the fact that a rotary, since it's already like designed to spool up really freaking fast, it made sense to add something as simple as like a bladder to your exhaust in order to cool the exhaust cycle to add that extra vacuum to make essentially the combustion cycle complete. And it's like it just all clicked where it's like you don't necessarily need a turbo. It's like you could achieve a lot just by being able to cool the gases quick enough.
Well, there's a most people do, again. I'm gonna be a little flippant and say that everyone that actually understands how the rotary engine normally aspirated should be treated, they're all dead. They're all old. They all dead. Jim Madeir was the last guy, and he's gone. Pineapple was second last. He's gone.
Oh yeah. I was sad when he announced his retirement.
Yeah. Literally, they're all done. They're all done. And I'm gonna give me a second. I'll show something here in a second, but but there's no look, it just has so much more in common with a fixed port tuned rotary or two-stroke than anything else. Intake, exhaust, way more important than anything else. Peripheral ports are irrelevant. I do not do anything with peripheral ports because honestly, they're the least efficient engine. There's no point in it.
No, if anything, I would go semi-P just to get the added bonus of
but you
having
don't need
equal
more
cooling across
there.
having equal cooling across the entire apex seal as it passes over the intake ports.
That's absolutely wrong, but it's okay.
Minuscule, but
it's wrong. 100% wrong. That's somebody sitting around really high and drunk and came up with an idea and wrote it up on rx7.com, and then everybody thought it was fucking great. But it's still wrong.
It really comes down to timing, because when you think about a piston engine, when you slap a turbo or supercharger onto it to boost the extra pressure onto it.
By the way, I'm sorry you didn't know this. I'm a fucking especially when it comes to things where people have been taught and look. I've listened to Dan Atkins. I've talked to Jim Madeir, and I used to have deep conversations about the rotary engine. Specifically about the Renaissance. And these are guys that Dan doesn't even answer the fucking phone anymore. You getting a hold of him is probably for Mr. Rotary Resurrection in the chat, he probably does.
Well, I think I could best explain this is because the concept that people come up with on the piston engine is that there is so much time between pushing pressure back in and then allowing it to cool back out when you move the gases back out. Whereas a rotary, it is spinning so freaking fast that it doesn't really matter too much on how much boost that you push into it, because it doesn't have enough time to burn to actually be able to hit the peak fuel efficiency.
So there's a lot of science behind the idea. Have you ever heard the string chopper?
No, I haven't. No.
So think of time, and you have a machine that chops pieces of string, right? And that machine gets faster and faster, but the amount the the string comes through at the same volume. So when the string's going through slowly, you get these long pardon me. It's the string goes through fast, and the chopper stays increases in speed. So when the string is coming through and the chopper is going really slow, you get these long pieces. Because your intake velocity doesn't really change. So as the RPMs increase, you get smaller and smaller and smaller pieces of string. And think of that as the time that you have between combustion events. The less time you have, the faster it has to burn.
Yeah.
In order to produce the power.
In a lot of ways, you could be more efficient by just sending in less fuel and just letting complete a cycle and just making sure your cooling factors are up to par, being that the exhaust bladders.
Yeah, there's some truth to that. There is some truth to that. But so the Renesis, like how much horsepower do you think you're going to make out of a semi P-port or even just a regular 4-port rotary? How much do you think you're going to get to the weight?
I'm guessing closer to 260, but somewhere between 260 and 280. With the 4 individual throttle bodies, and if we're talking size of the throttle bodies, if you need a number, I'm leaning towards about 45 millimeter.
No, I have to ask. So there's 4 throttle bodies to the 2 rotors?
Yeah.
No. So it'd
That's
be
wild.
2 per rotor. So they're smaller versus like the massive, like 50 or 60 millimeter ones that the guys that are going for like big top end numbers.
No, I get it
on their cars.
So I'm working in motorcycle terms. So it's like it's just interesting to hear that there's 4 carbs or 4 injectors to a 2 rotor. I didn't know that.
Well, this is a setup that I'm kind of designing on my own.
Gotcha.
Well, so in realistically, I don't think it's going to. I mean, no offense, I don't think it's going to work really well. The number of throttle bodies is irrelevant compared to runner length. Runner length and volume is far more critical to making power in the rotary, and we see that with the Renesis. Like the Renesis is the perfect motor to see all this with, because bone stock. Do you want to know? You want to hear the mod list for the Renesis race car now keep in mind that this car beat the Honda Civics, which were making 270 horsepower. And they had an engine that literally doesn't exist in Honda's catalog because it was just all pieces that they put together, like from different series of engines. It had like a K block with a B head and all this nonsense. Like it didn't exist.
I mean, the whole point of me kind of starting this conversation was to pick your brain. I'm trying to soak in more information than I am just trying to, spew where I'm coming from.
No, I mean, but it helps me target, what the say.
I get where you want to know, like, where's my train of thought at, so you can help shift me in the right direction.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. No,
well, I want to know how wrong. I want to know how much bad information you've gotten.
So
I'm gonna put a poster up.
No, that's.
So I'm gonna put this up. And I guarantee you've never seen anything like this in your life. But the mod list for my rotary, my Renesis, that competed in World Challenge, high level, and we were outside pole several times. Never quite get pole position for some reason, but that's okay. It had a very specific air filter intake setup, very similar to the one that AEM made that was sold by Mazda Speed. Similar, but not the same. That was dialed in on the dyno. We literally started with with a very long intake, which was basically the equivalent of the Mazda Speed intake, and we just kept cutting intake off until we lost power, and then we started adding back, and where we made power. So literally on a dyno, sat there all day and just fucked around with the intake. It had an intake, it had aluminum pulleys, it had a light flywheel, and it had an exhaust system and a tune, and that is it. And the tune was done by Jim Madeir, and it can't be duplicated because he's dead. Let me show you this. I'm literally probably like just killing everybody, but that's okay. I don't. You guys, you're tough. You'll figure it out.
I'm not that tough.
Do you understand what you're looking at?
Yeah, I see. You got the coupler where it or the collector, excuse me. Different terminology here. Where you've got the front and rear rotor coming together to merge into the same exhaust stream.
So this is a Renesis, so there are 3 exhaust ports.
Oh, right. Because the side ports, so you've got
yeah. All right. So all right, you can see my mouse here. All right. So the first thing you notice is these primaries are huge, right? That's the first thing you notice. And then you notice this collector. That's a true merge collector. It's got a needle point and everything inside of it. Then you notice that this is an expansion cone. It's a very specific expansion cone. Then you notice that this, which by the way, this is 2.5 to 3 inch, and then you notice it goes to 4 inch. That's a 4-inch expansion chamber, and the backside of it is the exact same. So it tapers back down. So Ticky Tack knows exactly what this is because he is a 2-stroke guy.
Yeah, it's essentially the bladder.
Yeah, it's an expansion chamber from like a 2-stroke exhaust.
Yeah, and the idea is for the hot gases to cool down enough to produce a vacuum pressure where it instead actually like tries to pull the rotor or pull the piston, and then also recycle.
Yeah, create that scavenging effect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like if you don't do that, that's essentially energy lost.
Yeah, and that's also one of the things like I've been looking into like where to position your exhaust porting on a naturally aspirated. You want to go more higher up so you can actually get some of that over the equivalent of valve overlap, whereas on a turbo you want it like further south to get that earlier pull.
A little advice I give you on like porting or the equivalent on piston, which would be valve oversizing valves, is that you don't technically have to worry about that until you get into the high RPM like areas where you're actually trying to achieve just that extra little bit of horsepower out of it. I would say like on the bottom end where you're working at right now is that you're just trying to make the overall fuel cycle efficient. As soon as you can achieve that, that's when you start wanting to go into like, porting to allow more like airflow, fuel flow, and things of that nature.
Yeah. So the point of all this is that if you look at a production header that just somebody makes.
Yeah, I've currently on my car, the previous owner put the Racing Beat True Dual exhaust on it. So each rotor housing has its own. It's basically straight pipe that shares the muffle the pre-silencer underneath the center of the car, and then each exhaust has its own muffler at the end.
So okay, kind of, but so the problem with the rotary is almost never on the intake side. The problem is almost always on the exhaust side. To do 10,000 RPM, you need RX-8 stack gears. You need you want a balanced assembly. There's a lot of things you need to do that are not counterintuitive, but people seem to think that they're less important than porting. The first thing I hear, all right, so let me ask you, because and this is something I just again, I think most people are really they just don't know how wrong they are. So there's have you ever heard of Goopy Performance?
Oh, I'm very familiar with Goopy Performance.
Yeah. So Jonathan's brother, Jonathan has a brother. I don't know if he's told you. He has a brother. And his brother bought this car, an FD, and it's like he bought it at the beginning of summer, and they did all bolt-ons. They didn't open the keg, nothing like that. And I think they made 900 horsepower out of a stock keg. Now, conventional wisdom is that that's impossible. You need studs, you need better apex seals, you need all of this garbage. But you don't. You only need that because people think that they need it, or they have broken things enough to say, well, I won't do it unless I do it this way. Right? It's like people say, well, if you go over 500 horsepower, you need to stud the keg. Well, I made 490 horsepower and I ran the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, and I didn't have a single stud in that block at all, nor was it ported.
Now, there's different levels of studding, because Goopy has a really good, or no, it's Turbulone that makes the basically like it's a straight up bolt on kit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Goopy makes the same thing. Goopy may make it for Turbulone, for all we know.
Actually, you know what? They're inter.
Yeah,
the terminology is fairly interchangeable, because like you see the same products sold on both websites. But
you just have to understand that it is the thing, right? And then you have to look at everything around it, because most people blame the engine for failures that are actually the fuel system or the intake system, or some moron with that ran it with an out of balance flywheel or some other bullshit. And you just have to understand that. And if you don't, then you end up spending a lot of money you don't need to spend. Like, why do you spend, it's like these morons that they can't anymore because he's gone. But people used to buy chips, hardened stack gears, but every stack gear in an RX-8 Renesis, every single one is hardened. And not only that, but they use the multi-window bearings, which everyone else calls the multi-window race bearings.
So
it's dumb.
That's something I just noticed in the performance world in general, is that there is going to be a subsect where they say you had to follow like purchasing this very specific brand in order to assemble your engine, and you end up turning your engine to this $12,000 thing that produces 800 horsepower. But when it comes to the professionals, they use a lot of stock OEM parts, and maybe they'll go in to say like, oh, we use an off-brand like crank seal, or we use an off-brand, like piston seals. And we do that because they're machining it to a very precise level to make sure that everything fits correctly and everything's balanced correctly in order to handle the performance. Like, so getting that, $5,000 crankshaft is probably not going to help you. You could probably just take an OEM shaft and maybe just drill out the holes just by a 0.2 millimeter or something like that, and be able to achieve the same result.
Oh yeah, that's like literally what I was planning on doing, was taking the rotating assembly minus and a lighter flywheel, and having that clearanced and balanced to be able to withstand the RPM range that I'm willing to throw at it.
Well, I mean, again, a bone stock RX-8 turned 10,000 RPM.
The RX-8 rotors are also a decent bit lighter than the FC rotors. Oh, yeah, they are.
No, they're not.
Oh, they're a good bit
I've got
lighter.
a set, and they are not lighter. The E shaft is a half-pound lighter. The E shaft, but that's it.
I mean, a half a pound spinning at 10,000 RPMs is.
That's out of the E shaft. That's not out of the that's not the rotors.
No, I mean you still got to look at the whole rotating assembly as a whole, though.
I do, but it's not. It lit with them put an RX-8 E shaft in. It's easy.
I might as I could, yeah. I mean, I haven't put it out of the realm of possibility of going with RX-8 internals.
Personally, if I were
then,
going, what do you do? What are you using the car for?
Mostly autocross.
Dude, put an RX-8, put a Renesis in it, and be done. Put the whole thing in, and you're done.
Yeah,
wire and everything.
That's another thing that I'm looking at, is that if I were to start some sort of race team or build a race car, it's like I imagine having like this STI STI engine, the FD and things like that, but it's no longer what's used today. So parts is going to be difficult. I'm going to have to spend extra on machining and things like that. And it may just come down to I need to select the car that is fit to what is the most available parts and what exactly can I achieve with the least amount of investment.
That's why I switched from Porsche to Mitsubishi, which started my travels down the turbo area. And that's I started with so I was a Porsche guy. I love Ferraris, but Ferraris at that time were just horribly overpriced compared to a Porsche. And so I used to joke that I wanted a Ferrari, but I could afford the Porsche. And so I had a 911, and it was an RS clone or RSR clone, depending on which you want to look at it. 73. Super light car, kind of period correct. I had the mechanical fuel injection and everything, all of it. It was really a nice car. And I could blow the motor. I actually, it's been long enough that I don't remember how many times I blew the motor, but it was a lot. And Porsche's like super durable. But when you're just, when you're flogging it at racetracks like weekend after weekend after weekend, especially autocross is so hard on a car. It's very, very hard. And in every rebuild, like the minimum cost of the rebuild, and this is back in like 98, maybe 99, 2000, maybe in that area. I mean, dude, it was a $10,000 to $12,000 rebuild every single time. And I just didn't make that kind of money. And one of the reasons why I went to work at the Porsche machine shop was so that I could do all of my work there and keep my car running. And then I started fucking around with Hondas, and I had this Honda Civic. And I don't drag race, but I built this CRX for a guy, and it was like cutting edge at the time. Like back in 2000, it was absolutely cutting edge.
Well, that was also the advantage of like Honda Civics, is that the parts were so available and abundant for it.
Not really then, but it was closer, right? Like it was getting there. But literally, like turbo manifolds were unobtainium. Like the only turbo kit you could buy was the kit.
Unobtainium. I love that word.
Like you couldn't, like I had to make my own turbo manifold
material in the world.
I'm so, and this is the kind of thing maybe that interests you, Ticky Tack, and kind of gets you to where we're building businesses, right? Where I spent so much my own time, and again, understand that at this point in my life, I had already decided that dating was something I did occasionally, but not often, right? Like I was way more into what I was doing on my day-to-day basis and building. I could see, because I could look at my boss, right, that owned the race shop, and I could look at the owners of these race cars and these race teams as they would come in and we would do work for them. And I could see a path forward, right? You have to be able to see that. If you can't see that, if you can't look at the people around you and the business that they're doing and see a path forward for you, then, then you're probably not going to be very successful.
Yeah. But to kind of echo on the dating bit, I'm also in a point where it would take a very unique type of woman to understand my ambitions that I'm going into, where they're just going to have to put their trust into what I'm doing is the correct path. And that's really fucking hard.
I straight up used to say, there's no way a woman, anywhere would tolerate the way I spent money.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no way. Because I would go out and I had a VW diesel pickup, so called a Caddy, and I blew that thing up all the time. And I could literally change the head gas. Well, I mean, blew the head gasket. I blew the head gasket in it all the time. I had way too much boost. I had the pump turned up. The thing would just spin the tires ridiculously. I had put down a 5-speed conversion to all this cool shit, and it was still too overpowered. It was still a ridiculous vehicle, and it was diesel at a time when people hated diesel. And I mean, there's no way, because if the head was too thin to machine, I would buy another head for $500 or $600, which back then was a lot of money.
Yeah,
I think I paid $500 for the whole truck when I bought it. And it wasn't turbo then, and I mean, I bought tools, man. You have no idea how much I spent on tools every year. And
I can imagine.
And I was always every weekend. It wasn't, I'm going to be home this weekend. It was, one of the reasons I didn't have pets is because until I was much older, is because I would be at the racetrack every damn weekend.
It's funny you brought that up, because that is the one hindrance that I have in my life, is that having the pets is holding me back from being able to 100% commit to any sort of business idea or even like race team. Because I understand, it's like I would be dedicating my life to working on this mechanic shop, and they're probably going to be stuck inside all day. And it kind of sucks with that idea.
And there's a certain level of just fuck it that you have to have, right? So I went to Daytona one year for the 24 hours, and we won the 24 hours of Daytona. The following year, we didn't have a car. We had a car. We had a few customers going down for the 935 challenge, but I didn't go. Right. I stayed at the shop. Now, there's a lot of people to be like, oh, fuck this. I got to go. It's Daytona. Got to go Daytona for the 24. But I was like, I went last year. Everything was cool. I'm going to stay at the shop. I got shit I need to get done. And I was like the only guy in the shop the whole week. But I got a lot of shit done. And there were a lot of things but then again, 2 weeks later, I was the only person to go to the track for 3 customers. I had to drive from North Carolina. I finished up Thursday night in North Carolina, and I drove all the way down to Sebring from Mooresville, North Carolina. And I mean, I left when it was dark. I got there when as the sun was coming up.
I would say that's kind of a unique characteristic for just people in general, is that there's a lot of people who will see that, if they were to make that extra mile in order to meet a particular person or meet a particular organization, they would set a path forward for the long term, but they only want to go after the short term desires. So that's where you describe people wanting to go to the Daytona 500 or whatever, and not necessarily commit themselves to building essentially your race car or the product, and then going and meeting these people many miles away to actually be like, hey, I'm ready to go ahead and set up myself for this.
Yeah, I mean, it was and I keep in mind, I was young at the time. I'd really, I've been out of college for maybe a year or so. But,
no, how old were you at the time?
So this was in 99, 2000. So I was probably 25 maybe.
Okay. Yeah, that
No,
was a bit
had to be
young.
more. So 99, I was probably 27, 28.
Okay.
Yeah. And, but I
So
was,
the prime years. The prime
yeah,
years.
the prime years, you know, where I should have been out making billions, you know, I just was out. I was, you know, driving from one end of the country to the other all the time. And there were so many stories of how people could fuck up. Like, and you have to be willing to, you have to be the best problem solver you've ever thought about being. Because we had the, sorry, so you guys probably don't understand how an engine program works in racing, but one of the ways an engine program works is, let's say Tiki Tac is the engine supplier, and we have a contract for 5 engines per year with 1 rebuild per engine, and then like 1 freebie rebuild if something blows up or something, right? So we were having a lot of trouble with this one engine builder, and this was with the Trans Am car, and we were in Canada at Motorsports, and we blew every fucking engine in the trailer, all of them. And we have no engines. And so we put 2 engines. We call back to the engine builder, and they're like, "Hey, just, you know, get us something to here and we'll rebuild it. Well, right now." So we rented a station wagon kind of thing, and we put 2 engines in the back of this thing. And we give this crew guy, who was not a reliable guy, right? Like but he was the only expendable guy. Like everybody, we needed everybody else. I couldn't go. Sam couldn't go. Like nobody else could go. It's just this one guy. And that guy got, you know, he left Trois-Rivières at, you know, whatever fucking time he left. He went south, and I think he got as far as like Virginia. He was pretty close to North Carolina. Maybe it wasn't Virginia. Yeah, it's probably Virginia. So he gets, you know, he gets within striking distance of North Carolina, and he stops at a bar. He gets blackout drunk, gets arrested.
Oh, come on.
And he's, you know, and the rental car is like sitting in a parking lot, gets towed. So we send somebody from North Carolina up to wherever the fuck he was in Virginia. They couldn't get the car because it was a rental car, and the police impound wouldn't let them have the car with the engines in it.
Because the rental company had
because it's a rental car. So now they have to get the rental company involved and all this nonsense. It was like a full day just getting the car back to get the engines back to North Carolina to get fixed. And you have to be able to solve those problems like right now. When I owned my team, I was traveling, and I got to we were in I left Colorado, and we were swinging down through because normally we go over on what the fuck was that? Not 40, not 80, sometimes 80. It doesn't matter. We would
77.
77. No, I'll think
85.
of it. 80. No, not 80. It doesn't matter. So we would head across Kansas, get to Kansas City, and then head south. But this time, for whatever reason, we went south first, went through Oklahoma, picked up 40, went through Oklahoma. Somewhere on 40, my credit card stopped working. And we figured out what had happened is that both Discover and my Visa had set up an alert on my credit card.
You're moving so fast that they didn't recognize that you're traveling.
Normally I would warn them. And both of those, so middle of the night, I can't put fuel in the truck. And we're not putting like $10 in. Like we're putting in
like $60, $80.
Hundreds of dollars of fuel into this truck. And the credit card won't work. So and that's actually the other thing was like I had a backup debit card. And what I didn't realize is debit cards tend to have $1,000 per day limit point of sale. Mine has a $9,000 point of sale limit because of the race team. because I have to. It has to happen.
Sometimes you got to buy an engine block.
Sometimes I have to spend $9,000 in gas in a day, right? So it just has to happen that way. And it was hilarious. But I mean, there's all kinds of them. We've had I had a crew guy one time that pulled the so rule number one with the trailer, again, problem solving. Rule number one with the trailer and truck is that we only stop and get fuel at truck stops. Period. If you stopped anywhere else, you were likely to get stuck because the trailer's 53 feet long. It's a dually, so what would happen is we get a crew guy has a dually and he's used to pulling in wherever the fuck he wants. But you got a 53-foot trailer back there, dog.
Yeah, most gas stations are not set up for that.
You can't do that. And so truck stops. They had to go through truck stops. And I had this crew guy named Tom, and Tom he would start listening to this EDM music or whatever the fuck he was listening to, and he could drive all fucking night. I kid you not. Like, he would just, as long as it was dark, the minute the sun came up, dude was done. But all night, he'd drive all night. And we're in like nowheresville, fucking Arizona. Like way down there. Like we're going to a track called Indy Race Park in INDE Race Park in fucking nowheresville, Arizona. And there's nothing out there, dude.
Yep.
And so we're like kind of trying to find a truck stop to get fuel at, and the truck runs out of fuel. And there's no cars. There's no traffic at all. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning or some shit. So
and a gas tank won't do it. Going out with the red gas tank, going to the next gas station is not going to do it.
So what happens is we get an empty fuel. We have fuel jugs, right? So we pull one of the empty fuel jugs out. Actually, we didn't have any empty. So we pulled a fuel jug out. We filled one of the cars up with fuel. And then Ben left. Ben, are you fighting? So what's up? So we filled one of the car. We dumped 5 gallons of fuel out of one of the jugs into one of the race cars, which it fortunately didn't. It had room in the tank for that. Rolled it out of the trailer. Strapped a flashlight on the dash because there's no lights on the car.
Yeah.
And he drove it to the next exit.
And there's no registration or insurance on it.
There's nothing on it. It's a fucking race car. Like, it's literally that black Miata that is in that video. That matter of fact, that track where that car is racing in the preview, that's the trip it happened on.
Just imagine if a cop and this race car just whipped by them.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It's exactly what would have happened. It would have been hilarious. And so he made it down there and he made it back, and we put fuel in the truck and got the truck to start up. And
let's see what happened was the race car itself got impounded.
Yeah, I mean, there's no title on that thing.
I have to ask on this. How long did it take to find a crew like that that would actually tolerate that kind of bullshit?
Oh, dude, I had people lined up. Okay. And usually I was able to run a really lean crew because I always had people that wanted to volunteer. Always. I never had to be like, oh, I've only got 2 crew guys. Oh, what am I going to do? It'd be like, I could post on Facebook at the time because Facebook was still a thing, but I could post on Facebook, hey, we're going to Mid-Ohio this weekend. I need 3 or 4 volunteers. I'll buy you food and you get a cool t-shirt.
I like how you threw Mid Ohio out as the example for this anecdote.
Dude, I hated fucking Mid Ohio. God damn. I
Dude, that track's 2.5 hours away from me, and it's a fun track. I will say.
Yeah. Yeah.
My experiences with it haven't not been as bad as yours, I'm sure.
It always rains there. It's always muddy. So and I've just had like, I have really interesting stories for every single time I've been to Mid Ohio.
Well, I guess I have a follow-up on that. Did you ever get a reliable crew, or were you always rotating?
No. So I ran really lean, right? So I normally would have like, so I had this kid Colin from Texas, and he would come up the week before, and he would live in the shop, and he would just work on the cars. He loved it. And I had this kid named Pat, who was a BMW guy, and he today is working right now. I believe that he's working for a team, I think in Ohio, that runs Lamborghinis in the Super Trofeo series. And he's doing that. He's working for them. He works for what is it? The World
Rallycross?
League. No, World Racing League, WRL.
Okay.
They run M4 in WRL. It's an M4 like it the GTI FIA GT3 spec M4, which means it's called carbon fiber and it's factory roll cage and all that shit. And like the front end of that car is $60,000.
Yeah, that's pretty badass.
Yeah, if you take the front end off of that, it's bad. And so he works with some of those guys. I mean, he actually worked with me, and now he works as what we consider, I consider mercenary, and he just works for whoever will pay him, and they pay him. You know, it's usually a per day with the travel expenses and all that kind of thing. So Colin, I think he was working with an SRO, which was World Challenge team. They were running the Mercedes AMG SL, the Gullwing, but I don't know if they're doing that anymore. So, but I mean, all of these guys went on to work for other race teams, or most of them did. And I had, there was a couple other guys. There was this Greek guy, Johnny, that worked out. Jimmy that worked out really well. And I had probably 5 or 6 core guys that I knew what they were doing. But it didn't matter because so I would give this speech so this Tiki Tack, you say, hey, I want to be a race king. I see you need some help. I want to go. I got the weekend off. The wife doesn't care, whatever. All right, cool. And I'd have some other guy, hey, I don't have class for the next week. I want to go. Okay, cool. So here's the thing. I pay for everything except alcohol and your personal snacks from the time we leave till the time we get back. So all the food, every dinner, every breakfast, everything, hotels, all it's paid for.
That sounds very similar to events deals. Like whenever there's a convention going on or things like that, they'll pay for a hotel, they'll pay for your food, but everything else you have to figure out.
Yeah, and so there's a very specific way that we operate during the weekend, and that is, we have the guys who know what they're doing. They're the car chiefs. Whatever they say, if you have a disagreement, you can talk to them about it. But if they say, nope, we understand, do it this way, you better do it that way because we're looking for because we know something you don't know. And that's just the best way to handle that. And the other thing is that there's a very specific procedure every single time the car comes off track. And that is that no matter what, I don't care if it's been on fire. I don't care if it just won the race. I don't care. It comes off the track. It goes up on jacks. Jack stands, and all the wheels come off, and all the everything gets opened up. We check the fuel, we check everything underneath the car. like all the suspension, everything. Everything gets nut and bolted. Everything gets checked. You yank on before you take the wheel off. You yank on it to make sure the wheel bearing's still good. Because these things matter. Like every single thing every single thing on that car matters. Because once the race starts, we can't stop.
Yeah, that all makes sense, and it's that's something that you establish based off your own racing team. But is this something that you also were known for and established for other racing teams?
Well, I don't know that other people copied the way I did it, but I'm sure that some did. One of the things is that the part of that speech is that you had to kill all ego, because I don't care how good you think you are. You ask when you're done with the job, you ask the guy who's like, all right, so you're doing left side undercar, the guy doing right side undercar, you ask him, hey, you done? Okay, cool. Can you take a look at my side? Make sure I've got everything. And you go do his side. Or whoever's doing the engine bay or whoever's doing undercar, whatever it is, you cross check each other, because what'll happen is you get really used to seeing things.
Yeah.
And so when you look at that brake line, to you, it looks fine. But the reality is that it's kinked or it's half melted because, during the race, a piece of FOD got in there and it's been rubbing up against a brake line, the brake rotor forever. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. You got to kill all your ego and don't worry about criticism. If somebody else looks over your job and says, hey, man, you missed this, just fucking fix it. We don't care.
It's funny you mentioned that, because there is a similar concept in programming. Where it's like people get used to the routine of programming and always being like really good at the things they do. But you have to have somebody there to spot check you, to review over the things that you made, to make sure that you point out flaws or errors, and you just have to accept them. You have to go in and say like, hey, okay, maybe I did fall short on these things, because I'm already in such a routine of what I do that I don't realize that I'm making mistakes. So always having other people to come in to review the work that you've done is vital to a high quality product.
Right. Well, it keeps you honest. It keeps the other guy. He knows your job, right? So if you're not there, right, like you need to go to the nurse, or you need to go take a crap.
That's another big thing. Yeah, it's like even that is being able to have like another like one or two people that understands your job, that if for some reason you're not there, they could supplement it. They could at least get to the base level where they could be in an acceptable position.
Right. And now that I've run everybody off, let me tell you how I got into how I actually ended up doing the race team, right? So I didn't go directly from point A to point B. It was a lot. I am technically retired, Jack. So what I did is so I was working with the team in North Carolina, or the shop in North Carolina. The owner and we didn't really have a falling out, but it was like I'd learned all I could learn there. And he didn't really want to pay me anymore. And I was getting to the point where I needed to go somewhere. I knew I needed to go somewhere else where I was really comfortable. I didn't really have any motivation to. And then some things happened, and I ended up doing freelance work, doing mercenary work. And mostly I worked at Road Atlanta. I worked at Mid Ohio. I worked all over the country, but mostly in the South. And but I would and I made way more money doing that, way more, because I even at that time I had a reputation for being able to do things right, do them quickly, and I understood the mentality of what it took. Not only was I a guy, so there's a difference between a guy who can fix things and a guy who understands this car has to be on track in the next 15 minutes, or the guy who owns this car is going to lose $20,000.
Yeah.
Right. So I understood that. And once people understood that, they knew that they could call me up and that I wasn't going to bullshit them. Well, I was out to destroy other cars. And people.
Yeah, it's
It is
kind of what.
mercenary work. I'm not there. I'm not your friend.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, you have to complete a race and you need to have it available next day. Well, I know how to position this paperclip in your engine and it'll work, but your engine is going to be fried afterwards,
Yeah.
and you have to have a new
It
engine.
was more
It'll work.
it was more like, all right, so you have two people, right? And one person is, they show up, they do a good job, but they show up at 8 o'clock, they do a good job, they eat their lunch at noon, they do a good job, they go home at 5. You have another guy who shows up at 7:30 because he knows the job has to get done, is already at his position, works through lunch. At 5 o'clock, he comes and says, "Hey, I think there's 3 more hours that I can put in before I get too wonky, and I'm going to go ahead and knock this out if I can." And that's the guy you want.
Yeah,
every single time.
Or the person who says that, like, oh, I'm gonna have to work at this throughout the entire fucking night in order to make the deadline, and they'll go ahead and do it.
Yeah. And those are and I was that person. Like so matter of fact, my contract was structured in such a way that people understood that from the word go. So my contract literally read and this was a lot of money at that time, but in 2000, my contract, or 99, 2000, my contract read that I charged $500 a day plus a per diem, and I didn't pay for anything out of my own pocket from the time I left my front door until the time I walked back in my front door. So I mean, cab fare, if I needed gloves, whatever I needed to do the job, you had to buy it for me. And a day was an 8-hour period. So if I worked from 6 a.m. till 6 a.m. the next morning, that's 3 days. If I work again till 6 o'clock that night, that's 4.5 days.
So I think this kind of like loops back to some of my original line of questioning. It's like, so when you were Grid 1 Motorsports and you had a name for yourself, was that name associated with that you will figure out a solution by the next deadline or by the next date?
I was known as the guy who could come in, and I was good at everything. I could do the electronics, I could build the engine, one of the things that happened really early in my career is we were running the Mazda 626, which had we had this weird Japanese market motor, and as a V6, and we actually broke a cam at Portland, and I changed the cams in the paddock.
Ha ha ha! Nice.
Which is you're not supposed to be able to do that, because these cams, you probably don't know who this is, but Ryan Faulkner built the motor, and so he had actually changed the cam timing completely, and there were no reference marks for it. There was all dial indicator.
So essentially, he was tuned to every single engine that came off the floor.
Yeah, every single engine he built was
tuned to that engine.
Due to it, everything had to be dialed in exactly the same. And pardon me, EOD, good to see you, man. I kind of blew up my own show tonight because I got talking about racing and stuff, but that's okay. And so we literally called Faulkner and said, "Hey, man, we got this problem. What can we do?" He didn't have any cams. We had a spare set of cams at the shop. The team owner didn't pay. The team owner, the shop was in Morgan Hill, California, called his wife, told her to run down to the shop, get the cams, got on a plane, flew to Portland with the cams in her carry-on.
Wild.
And literally, and just came out, and by the time the cams got there, and there are 4 of them. By the time the cams got there, I had everything apart. I had gone to Harbor Freight and bought a dial indicator. We didn't carry a dial indicator with us. And I borrowed from another team a degree wheel. So I degreed this thing in and got it running. And nobody, like I had people walking by wondering what the fuck was going on.
So essentially, you had to backwards engineer the thing while you're
Yeah.
disassembling it, and
Yeah.
wait until that new cam came in, and then put it to the exact tune that it was beforehand.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild.
And so, but I was known as the guy that could do that, right? And I've always have been. I've been like, no matter what the problem is, we'd be able to fix it. And I wouldn't stop. I never stopped. Like, it didn't matter how broken the car was. It didn't matter. Like I was at Mid Ohio one year, Mud Ohio, car slid off in the rain, hit the walls, a BMW. I literally, so this guy had his trailer was set up with a lift inside of it, not a lift gate like I'm used to, but an actual lift. And I'm like, hey, you got a lift. That thing's pretty strong. So we used a come along his lift and a bunch of hammers and stuff. And I straightened the frame on this BMW in between rounds. And we fixed the car.
Yeah. So then I have to ask, when you were going out to these races, is that just essentially what built your name? Was that everybody who asked around be like, hey, I have this camshaft that's broken. I need a new one in timing. Who can do it? And literally everybody said no except for you.
No, I was working for the guy. So the guy had hired me in. The team owner had hired me in. Again, I was a contract employee. I had been working out of. So I was originally supposed to be a one race deal, and the first race was it Sears? I think it was Sears Point. So I flew out. I actually, it's another situation where I slept in the shop. I ended up going to the gym that I belonged to. I'd shower at the gym every day. I'd come back and I'd work on the car. I spent hours upon hours. I built a completely new aero package for the car. I completely revamped this car between, it's in, not West Virginia, but it doesn't matter. So rebuilt the car. I actually went so far that the next year they came out with rules because of the things I did.
Nice.
You're effective when they make rules against the things that you do.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
And so I just happened to be in the right place at the right time, and the guy was willing to spend money to make progress. And I mean, I built a front splitter out of honeycomb aramid foam-filled honeycomb Kevlar and carbon fiber. And it was literally, I kid you not, it's literally so light. This is a splitter that was the whole front of the car and went all the way back to the back of the oil pan. Back to the oil pan, because that was where it could go as far back as the center line of the front axles.
That's most standard SCCA rules for a front splitter too. Right.
Yeah,
currently.
And this wasn't structural flaming; it was just like the outside like body, right?
Yeah, this is the splitter, the under tray.
Okay, yeah, I got you.
Yeah, and so it had the lip could be 2 inches from the furthest point of the front. So and fortunately we had a molded in front bumper, so we got about 4.5 inches of actual splitter. And I made this thing out of this Kevlar honeycomb that was foam filled. It was so light that you could pick it up with your thumb and forefinger and throw it like a frisbee.
Yeah,
it was the size of a TV, and you could just throw it. The whole front. And I replaced every stainless steel line in the car with Nomex covered Teflon from XRP.
Yeah,
and I dropped 40 pounds in weight just in hoses.
That's an unusual find to somebody who knows both mechanics and the fiberglass bodywork.
So that's one of the things. So one of the things I tell people, if you want to go be a race car guy, you have to know hydraulics. you have to know structural engineering, you have to know composites, you need to know you need to know how to weld, and you need to know how to metal work. There's a lot, like literally, it's all of it. You have to know all of it.
And that's what's so wild, because when I think about like my boss back at the motorcycle shop, he knows all of this stuff except for the few things of like fiberglass, which I understand, like the fiberglass and bodywork and stuff. So it's like you're giving me a lot of insight here. This is just getting me excited.
So here on a
somehow your microphone got really
because
like,
the thing did the thing, this
TTS
everything. Yeah,
Yeah, for a second there, it almost looked like you were having a stroke.
Yeah, it's an alert. Yeah. So the so you have to understand engines. You have to understand why the engine makes power. You can't have an intelligent conversation with an engine builder if you don't understand why the engine makes the power it makes. And here's the thing. Engine builders know whether or not you actually know or whether you're just reciting something you read in an article.
Yeah.
So when I would go talk to my engine builders, when I used them, I usually built my own engines. But when we did use an engine builder, I could literally sit there and say, and I could talk to them about, pounds per minute when we're talking turbochargers. I could talk about runner length and intake velocity, and I could talk about swirl, and I could talk about all of these different things intelligently because I knew what they meant. I understood. I could port and polish heads. I could flow. I have worked a flow bench before, but this is all part of my misspent youth where I just learned all of these things because, well, first of all, I could, and second, why not? Why do you and that's one of the reasons why so many people are absolutely wrong about like the rotary engine. Like they don't understand. Like I actually see people building intakes for the rotary that look like something that came off a 12A back in 1970s. It's just this outward bend up, and then they stick these downdraft carburetors on them. And that's the dumbest thing ever. You need at least for a 13B, I don't care which one, but you need at least 18 to 20 inches of intake runner to get the necessary velocity. And there's some shape things that go in. A D shape is better, right? So
these are things that you only learn through experience.
Well, you could read a lot of technical manuals.
Yeah, but it seems like a lot of the technical manuals, it's like people who run with the brand names have built their own technical manuals to say, use this brand name. Mm-hmm. And I think that's where, so from my experience, to be able to understand a lot of these, like how to just improve, like let's say an STI engine or the EJ 257, which I'm working with, how do you actually like boost its horsepower? Yeah. And everybody just always tries to refer to, oh, get this brand name of whatever freaking product. And it's like, no, I want to actually know the core physical aspects of like what produces power. And the only way that I could figure that out is by going back to like the 1970s or the 1980s books to say like how these fuel systems actually work. Because when you get to the fundamentals, it was just a carburetor, which a carburetor was based off vacuum pressure, and vacuum pressure equals the amount of fuel that you put into. And that is exactly how the fuel systems should work, even with fuel injected. And technically you can run with that. So that is the baseline right there that you start with.
The big problem with like the Subaru engines is that there are a lot of problems, but the biggest problem I had.
I'm laughing because I work at a Subaru dealership. So
do you really?
Yeah.
The biggest problem that is when they went to the open deck, they lost so much strength and they just move around so much that when you get into that higher horsepower, you are not keeping the heads sealed. Period.
Oh yeah. I completely agree with that. So there's a lot of modification you have to put into block now in order to achieve the amount of power that you need. Okay,
block sleeve for that. The guy.
Okay. Yeah, I'm very familiar with that.
Yeah, and so, so it was against my better judgment, but I built a couple of Subarus, and then it was interesting because we were going to run the WRX World Challenge, and I felt like that it would be fine because I wanted all-wheel drive, and I didn't really care because we weren't going to be straining the motors that hard. I mean, there's such a small amount of boost, used that that it doesn't, you're not straining the motor that bad. But then I realized that even ProDrive couldn't keep those damn things together. And ProDrive spends a shit ton of money. So if ProDrive can't do it, I'm not even going to bother trying.
I think the main advantage that Subaru had was the fact that they were essentially labeled as the Lego cars. That it's like you could take parts from like other Subarus and it retrofits with any other Subaru.
Mm-hmm.
So it made it a lot easier to work.
I was a Mitsubishi guy. I had an Evo. I built a metric ass load, maybe 2 metric ass loads of DSM cars over the years. I had a daily driven ish 500 wheel horsepower DSM an Eclipse that the boost came on so hard that it would change lanes. It was awesome. And it
flat out float over to the other lane.
Torque steer.
Yeah.
And torque steer is a motherfucker in front wheel drive cars.
You would just come on the boost. Boost was so violent the car would just do this. And I didn't realize how violent. I mean, it was one of those things where I didn't really realize how violent the car was when I first put it together because I'm running around on like no boost. So at 3 pounds of boost, it made the same horsepower that it made stock on pump gas. Now this is all on pump gas. This is 93 or 91 piss water Colorado gasoline. And so it's, I dynoed it at like 500 and something on like 13 pounds of boost or whatever it was. It was like really low boost level. But it was an aggressive engine. It was an aggressive setup. And so it was funny. My buddy and I were out. You're going to love this one in a minute, Ticky Tack. So my buddy and I were out, and he's a bike guy. And so the first time I really romp on it, it starts, it starts acting like it starts spinning all the wheels, but we thought this clutch was slipping. And Austin looks at me, he says, "The clutch slipping?" And I'm like, "Man, it better not be. It's brand new, man. Like, it's a good clutch." He's like, "I think the clutch is slipping." So he literally like sticks his head out the window, and I hammered it again. And he's like, "No, man, that's all 4 spinning." And I'm like, "That's pretty cool." And so
that's amazing.
We went to the racetrack. Went to Pueblo Motorsports Park. And I rented the track for the day for my customers. And we came down, and Austin brought his R1. Now, he had just the weekend before run like a 10-8, something like that. 10-9 maybe. Something. But, and at Bandamere, like literally like the weekend before on this bike. And now again, keep in mind that my Eclipse was a street car. I had full leather, power seats, all of it. I had a car computer that monitored the ECU. This thing was full boat, full luxury. I even had air conditioning, but it did make 500 horsepower, and it was an aggressive turbo. It was just an aggressive car. So Austin's like, "Do you want to run?" And I'm like, "Sure, why not?" And so we lined up, and he got me on the launch because I spun through all 3 gears. Like you could literally, like in the video, you can see me hitting the dashboard, just waiting for grip to happen. And, or hitting the steering wheel actually.
Yeah.
And so I finally got traction in 3rd gear, and I chased him down. He said he could hear the wastegate through his helmet.
That's
how close I was.
That's fucking wild.
Yeah. And I had to chase him down to get there, but that's only because like first was nothing, second was nothing. I moved like 15, 20 feet. And then third, I finally started getting traction.
Yeah, I just can't imagine that. You're literally fucking floating through 3 freaking gears.
Yeah.
It's like, damn.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah. And it's just like, I'm just waiting for traction to just hit. And if I just wasn't I wasn't smart enough to back out of the power and come back in. And I also didn't have the traction control or anything enabled. So when I got the traction control, so I did the exact same power plant for my car in a different car, and we enabled the traction control and the active nitrous, and it ran 9.8 off the trailer, like no tuning, no nothing.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Just start in third gear. That was probably been a better idea. Ben sends in $4.99. I recently bought a business that has a ton of customers. It's called Jack M. Sheridan's Mother, Inc. Burn? Dang, son. That's a burn. Dang.
That, like, literally that last story you just told is like almost my entire life owning a Mazda Speed 3, ultimately to get rid of it to get my FC.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
well,
it's just so much power, and like all 4 wheels are spinning because I had the center differential. It all locked. I had lockers everywhere, or limited slips.
And for the record, a burnt clutch smells significantly different than burnt rubber.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That should have been the first indication.
I was like, this doesn't seem right. Like I'm spinning and Austin, this is like the first time we'd driven the car. So I was like, I just put it back together and it was impressive. And the amount of time. So I never really cared about how much actual horsepower something made, but from the amount of time it took to go from like making no horsepower steady state to all the horsepower, that's what I really wanted. That's what I really wanted to see. I really wanted that really ski slope power curve.
Just because it's the response. Because when you think about a curve going into a turn, it's like you want to be able to slow down as quickly as possible and then speed up as quickly as possible. And that's like the best way you could approach a peak.
That's like 90% of autocross. The other 10% is don't hit a fucking cone.
Yeah, I used to like the autocross, but it's really hard on cars.
It's fun, and honestly, with the setup that I got in my FC, like, because it doesn't make a whole lot of power, and I have more tire than what I really need. There's a couple other modifications I'd have to remove to revert back to stock, but I could go down to a grand touring street class.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want to, because I'm kind of at the point where now I'm starting to crack into doing custom fabrication modifications and stuff. And I'm like, I would just much rather build the car and enjoy the process of building it as well, which is also a lot of the reason why I want to do the engine build the way I want to do it, is because it's like, I fucking designed this. So like, there's kind of a lot of self-pride in that too.
Yeah.
But would you say that's your objective, is to essentially just be the builder?
I mean, build it and also operate it too. Yeah. But have something that's fun, it's streetable, and I mean, like, the goal isn't so much the numbers on the dyno, it's throttle response and getting the revs up, being able to rev it a lot quicker than what it does now. So
I do think that's pretty respectable, in that you're trying to build the performance of the car versus just somebody who's trying to achieve the highest number.
Yeah, no, I actually have a trade school background in racing technology at Ohio Technical College.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Gritty has something to say.
So yeah, I mean, a lot of this stuff is based off of piston engines, but airflow is airflow, because an engine, regardless of whether it does this or it does this, is an air pump.
Kevin builds rotary engines, by the way.
So
Kevin is Rotary Resurrection.
I 100% back that statement. A slow car that I can drive. Because
that's why you build them in a week. So it's an interesting.
This is over a course of like a few years, but I have a core engine that is going to be the build while it's still running right now. So
yeah. Ben, that's probably my buddy, and I have video of that. He actually didn't hit a tree; he took a tree down. There's video. So he had
he didn't hit the tree.
I'm not gonna say. I mean, you can find out who it is. I'm not gonna say who it is, but his last name's Dollenbach.
Look, if you take down a tree, you better hit it down,
dude. So he has this. You know what a Pikes Peak open car looks like? It looks like a Formula or an old school Indy car with like a big ass motor in it.
Yeah.
So he has a twin turbo Banks LS1. It's making 1,100 horsepower, whatever the fuck it's making.
Wild.
The throttle sticks wide open. And it left the track and went through a tree, like this big. It just went right through it.
Was the engine still going so you could complete the track?
Well, there's no track. No track because it's the hill climb. But no, it
Crumples.
It went through. I mean, how he lived, man.
As long as you go through the tree and complete the track, it's
yeah,
whatever works.
What's up, Grumpelstiltskin, my buddy? But yeah, no. So the whole thing with the, so I guess where I kind of left off. So I would work for these shops and I would learn, and I would go places to learn something new, right? Like I worked at the Porsche shop and I worked with a guy who had been to Le Mans. He had won there. We took a class win there, and he was one of the better engine builders I've ever met. He could do anything mechanical with the car. Wasn't really a welder, wasn't a fabricator. He could do it, but he didn't really like doing it. But anything mechanical on a car he could do. We had the best. We would have literally the best fabricators coming in from all the NASCAR shops. When we ran the Camaro in 2001 and won the 24 Hours of Daytona. The engine builder that built that engine worked for Roush, and we qualified on one set of rockers, and then raced on another. So we actually, when we qualified, we were making like close to 900 horsepower. When we raced, we were only making like 7 something.
I'm gonna have to actually get going here soon because I've got like some really bad weather, and also it's like after midnight too, and I gotta work in the morning. But
yeah,
I'm like I keep seeing like a bunch of flashes of lightning like hitting me right in the face, and I'm like, okay, yeah.
It's that season.
Yeah,
storm season.
But hey, I appreciate you guys having me on, and I absolutely love picking your brain, and we can go on and on forever. But I don't know how much of an audience there is for that.
Fine. It's fine.
I would definitely love to keep going with you. More like in a DM kind of scenario.
I would look at putting just a stock-ish.
Yeah, I'll definitely.
But the problem is, it's hard to find a good stockish Renesis. You'd have to wait till.
That's also true too.
You'd have to wait till Kevin gets one, and then he would.
Those things don't last like 80,000 miles on their own because they made the apex seals are much shallower.
Incorrect. Absolutely incorrect. So the biggest problem with them is they do tend to wear out around 115 to 125. A lot of that was due originally to the, or at least I thought it was, to the 0.20 weight oil that they filled them with. Landers will tell you that I don't think he's ever. Landers will tell you that he has never really had an engine, an RX-8 engine come in without like pretty much worn Apex seals, and I would agree with that. I never had one come in that, and when I was getting them through my shop, street cars, they would every single one of them needed all new bearings and needed a E-shaft, every single one, because of that 0-20 weight oil and highway miles. But I did 10 races a year, plus practices, plus hill climbs, plus autocrosses, plus whatever the fuck else I did with the car. Cause it was, I had it, so I might as well use it. Right. And, I would tear the engines down and they would look brand new at the end of the season.
Well, when you think about like the metal expansion on the Apex seals, is that if it's not expanding to a point where it's riding against your housing, the only thing you have to worry about is the thickness of the oil in order to produce a seal. Otherwise, it's like it's not an issue. The fact that it's not expanding enough to whatever tolerance that you need to be.
They actually, so there's a lot of the mythology is the thing that gets you. So I did a bunch of dyno. I mean, all right. So let me just to be frank. Okay. I had a dyno and I had the ability to build an engine, put it on the dyno and try stupid shit. I can tell you absolutely 100% for sure that if you take an RX-8 motor and you run it at 215 degrees, you're going to make best power. 100%. If you run it at 180, you're going to be down on power. If you run it at 190, you're going to be down on power. Run it at 200, you'll pick up a little power, but still going to be down on power. 215 is going to make best power 100% every single time. It's just the way it works. Just the way it works. And you have people freak out when they get to 180 degrees for some stupid ass reason. And they keep running it colder and colder. And when you run it colder and colder, the engine runs shittier and shittier. So 215, it'll live a long time, makes best power. 230, You'll start seeing a loss in power. 235 in engine life is measured in hours, not like many hours either. Like that shortens engine life.
I could see that running at 180, you're running a colder burn, which means that it's slower burn, so you don't get as much power.
There's that. We also made more. So this is also some in some ways controversial, but it's only because people get locked into piston engine mentality. So we would make best power, the best power. Like I could literally, and I don't care whose dyno I took it to. I could put on my dyno, I could put on anybody else's dyno. I could put the car on the dyno, and if you put one. So we were required to run on 105, I think, or whatever it was, unleaded race fuel. We were required. As a matter of fact, they sampled our fuel to see if we were actually using it. It wouldn't have mattered for us because they allowed us to put premix in, so we didn't give a shit about their fuel sampling anymore. But I still played by the rules. When we ran on the legal fuel in the series, I made about 5 less horsepower. When I ran on 97, I made more power. If I ran on like 91, I could make more power, but there was a trade-off there I felt like there was a trade-off there. My observations were there was a trade-off there. Once you got down into the 91 or 87 or even 83, once you got down that far in octane, you were trading a little bit more power for a lot more heat. And I wasn't really sure how that was going to work.
I have to ask about that. So typically when you have a higher octane that you're running with and it's producing less power, that's typically because it's igniting too soon. Is that correct with the scenario?
No, it burns too.
No, if anything, it'd be igniting too late because it's got more of a resistance to pre-detonation.
Yeah, the problem, the real problem is that even though it has the same energy, right? So this is what people were trying to say was, well, 83 octane has more energy because it's more easy to ignite, and therefore it basically has a bigger boom. That's incorrect. Also, we're not giving it a boom, we're actually burning it. The thing is that the lower the octane, the better it ignites, more evenly it ignites, and the more quickly it does burn. Right. So when you've got something that, and by the way, even though in theory, like you can go look on the internet and it'll say the Renesis is a 10 to 10, or depending on where you look, it'll be a 10 to 1 or a 10.5 to 1 compression engine. That's bullshit. That's static, not actual compression. The actual compression ratio is like 9.5 to 1, and lawnmowers run just fine all day long at 9.5 to 1 on 83 octane, and they're air cooled. So it's this people are too smart for their own good, right? Now I got in. I don't know if you know who Paul Yaw is. But he's
not familiar with that name.
Huh?
I said I'm not familiar with that name.
Injector Dynamics.
But
I
he's the guy behind Injector. Okay.
Yeah.
I really want to work on
Dynamics.
this octane dynamic because I want to understand it. So from my understanding, when octane is higher, when you do get it to ignite, it ignites a lot faster.
So it's not that it ignites faster. In theory, it burns cleaner. Or not cleaner, but not
hotter.
No, it's not hot. It actually will run cooler, which I think is part of the problem. But no, it's just more resistant to being lit to pre-ignition or detonation.
Well, that's the pre-ignition.
Once it does start burning, it doesn't burn faster. I think what I'm trying to say is it burns more even, but that's a really stupid way to look at it.
I'm trying to think under the dynamic of higher compressions. Like, let's say we have a performance engine that has higher compressions.
This is correct in theory, at least. The problem is that when you have a zero overlap engine or you have a rotary engine where you're blowing a bunch of fuel out of it because of somebody's ridiculously stupid port job, then it just you don't get a good burn. One of the biggest reasons I'm so against porting on the rotary motor is I only know one person in the entire world that actually flows the ports on a rotary. One.
Jamie Well port job intensifies. Oh, fuck you, Grumple.
One person.
Well, I could see it under a dynamic of if you're having like a forced compression, be like a turbocharger. And because it's like if you don't have that intermediate of almost like a exhaust bladder in order to cool the gases, you could recycle that hot gases to a turbine to inherently induct more compression into the intake. So I could kind of see that direction. But yeah, it seems like a more efficient way just to make an exhaust bladder.
So when I say so nobody flow benches the ports. So you don't know if you're flowing the same amount of air through all of them at all. This is actually really important because a lot of people, the reason a lot of rotary engines come apart is not because they're poorly tuned. It's not because they used inferior components or there was an assembly error. Here's the thing. So you have an engine And the front rotor has a very optimized port. You didn't mean to, you just lucked into it. But the rear rotor has a very not optimized port. The front rotor makes 2 more horsepower than the rear rotor. Well, now they're fighting each other. And that's bad.
Are you saying this is a manufacturing flaw from Mazda?
No. This is
This would be something that somebody got in there and
somebody gets happy with a die grinder and a porting template that they bought from eBay.
Pineapple.
$15 or Pineapple. I actually have one. Rob actually made me a custom port template because his large street port wasn't really large. It was just what would sell. And I needed a large street port. And
because the marketing, if you put large on it, it doesn't matter how big it is, or you could be cutting it down on size because it says large, of course it's going to sell.
So, but at any rate, so what happens is that the guy gets in there with his die grinder and he grinds away and he makes this thing actually like beautifully ported. It's all polished, looks great. The first problem is they polish it instead of leaving it rough because you need tumble to promote and atomization or to continue atomization, because what happens with very smooth sides of intake ports is you get fuel slicking and wicking on the sides of the runners. So that's the first problem with most port jobs. The second problem,
same issue with pistons.
Correct. So the other problem is that, again, if you have one port that flows enough air, flows way more air, and has slightly different port timing because you dipped when you should have dodged, and on the other one you got really fucked up and wrong, and so one's like perfect, best thing ever, the other one's not. Now those are fighting each other. They have to make basically the same horsepower, or they fight each other, and then you're introducing a lot of stress into where you don't actually want any.
Yeah, essentially the higher horsepower rotor is trying to lead on the lower horsepower, and it's just it's like they're literally trying to like torque each other apart.
Yeah.
Essentially, what they're doing is what it comes down to is they're going to be ripping apart the eccentric shaft.
Well, it can't actually do that because it does rotate, but what it does is that
it'll cause deflection in it.
Yeah, you have this rotor spinning, this rotor spinning, this rotor spinning harder, so this rotor kind of stops, right? Not stops, but you know what I'm saying.
This one is wanting to lead on to accentuate the power, while the other one's trying to restrict it, while also trying to generate power, but it's not efficient in generating the power because it's back.
And that's why that's one of my biggest problems with morons that get die grinders out and start cutting up rotor housings is don't do that. You can't get it right. You cannot.
That is one thing I notice about the rotors is that the intake and the exhaust ports are generally about the same size. And it's like when you come to just the basics of fuel ratios, you want your exhaust port to be bigger than the intake port, or at least be able to produce more vacuum.
I'm just talking about the intake. We hadn't even gotten to the exhaust ports. Exhaust ports are usually so the exhaust port on the RX-8 cannot be enlarged, but they're fine. Intake ports on the RX-8 motor are too large, and most people just sit there and port them and just make everything worse.
Yeah, that was kind of trying, and that's what I was leading on to, is that, it's like the best case scenario that you could approach to is somehow enlarging the exhaust ports over the intake in order to get more like air and fuel flow through it, but it's already at its max point on both sides. So it's like you don't really have much room to adjust.
Yeah, no, it's pretty close to that. I mean, it's just there's a lot of there's a lot of charlatans when it comes to building rotary motors. And
So I think I've
once you had a turbo, all this kind of goes away.
Yeah.
Right. And not all of it. You still have problems with port. You shouldn't port. You shouldn't. There's just things you shouldn't do. But if you are going to port it, find somebody with a flow bench. Port. Flow your intake, flow from top to bottom, just like anything else. Or just live with the idea that at some point you're probably going to blow your engine up.
I think that's the question that I'm running to next. So if somebody were to have like one of these rotary engines and wanted to benchtop dyno it, what are the certain metrics that they should be monitoring and trying to improve on to make the best rotary engine?
EGTs is probably one of the more key ones for sure.
So the first thing if you're trying to actually make a lot of power out of an NA, the biggest thing there's a couple of things you have to really worry about. First is the port timing is pretty critical. And most people don't really understand port timing, and they actually can't do it. They actually don't know how to time the port. They can only guess. And I'm not saying everybody, but it's very rare to find somebody that can actually understand where the port timing needs to be. So that's a problem. With NA, it's all, to me, the NAs, what's happening in the rotor housings are kind of, as long as it's balanced, it's going to be fine. So the first thing to do is you balance everything. Back in the day, we would use the Racing Beat carbon apex seals. You can't get them anymore. They quit making them. But basically, they didn't last long, but they absolutely sealed. With an NA, you absolutely have to make sure the seal is perfect. And that starts, that's everywhere. Like there was a guy named PJ or something like that was on no pistons for a while. And he ran a SCCA car, and he had a whole mantra about zero clearance side seals, and which make a lot of sense. So you've got to get the best. Every single tolerance has to be the best it can be, starting at the rotors, everything. The irons have to be really good, and you would basically put together your intake and rotor housing and do an airflow test on a flow bench and flow basically each runner. And if possible, you'd want to bolt them mostly kind of together, make a I don't know how to explain this. You make a fixture where you're reading the airflow as it comes through the ports, and it's all sealed up like it would be if the motor was actually assembled.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, and that takes time, and it takes equipment, and it costs money. So most people don't do it.
I would say it takes a little bit of skill of understanding of TIG welding of stainless steel piping, and then knowing how to properly fit a map sensor.
Yeah. So you would, you could do a poor man's flow bench and use a hot wire mass airflow. We could get into that another time, but so you'd want to flow bench the entire you would build out your entire intake, and then you would run it. Right. And then you can tell by how many pound minute roughly what your horsepower is going to be. Right. And you could block it off, positioning it just like it, you had a rotor there or whatever. There's a lot of things that you'd have to do. Most people aren't going to be able to do that. so that's why I always say just you can clean the ports up, right? And you would definitely kind of want to go through and add some roughness so that you keep that tumble going.
Yeah.
The problem with the tumble. So here's the problem, though. The problem you run into with all of the things I'm talking about is these are for like race engines, top, where they're going to be torn down every so often and decarbonized so that the carbon that builds up in those swirl marks gets removed. And so the swirl marks continue to work, right? Because if you end up with a bunch of carbon, now you have an obstructed intake that's not flowing properly, and it's probably fuel slicking. So anyway, but I mean, there's a lot of different things that
So
it's
and
tough,
maybe
man. It's a tough thing.
Yeah.
But I build engines like, so I would build engines to blow them up and tear them down, and then I would figure out why I did that.
Well, let me go back to the flow bench.
I built a not a flow bench, but I built a mechanism, fixture, whatever you want to call it, to flow test the ports through the Renesis intake, and come up with and I had actually 2 mass airflows that basically measured the airflow into the 2 rotor housings.
Yeah. I want to ask more details on that part.
Okay.
So on the flow bench, what exactly are you tracking on the flow bench when it comes from the intake and the outtake ports?
Yeah,
just airflow. So is there a differential in the pressures between the intake and the outtake or the exhaust that you're trying to measure, or you're just overall airflow from intake to exhaust?
So in an NA car, no, I'm not looking for any specific air pressure, right? So I'm looking for ideally what I want to see is if I put 30 pounds per minute or 40 cubic feet per minute, however you want to, whatever unit you're preferable, I don't care.
Yeah.
I like pounds per minute, but if you put in, it's just like flowing a cylinder head, right? So if you plug it up and on one side of the bench you push 70 pounds in, and on the outside of it it's nowhere near that, then your manometer is going to show that in difference in volume and velocity.
Yeah. There's an air restriction somewhere.
Yeah, right. And then you start doing that at half valve, then you start doing it at, half valve lift, full valve lift, wherever, whatever you're going to do with your valve. And then you change your valves, and you go from a standard, you go from a dish valve to a tulip valve or whatever, and you start comparing all those numbers. It's the same thing with a rotary, right? So you would, I would take a shitty old housing, right? And I would use do you know what DevCon is?
No, I'm not familiar with the words.
DevCon's I don't know if you can still get it, but it used to be is like JB Weld, but a high level, high end for repairing.
The putty. We messed around with flow benches when I was going to OTC, and it's you basically you can put the putty in there and it changes the way that the airflow is in there because you're creating restrictions.
Well, that's just putty.
Create
the DevCon is for repairing tooling like dies.
Okay.
Oh,
right?
Okay, a different type.
So this is like,
I thought you were leading on.
It's like the most extreme version of JB Weld.
Okay.
I would DevCon out things, and then I would carve it out, right? And then I would test it, right? And we could make the shape, check the shape again, and then once I had a good idea of what I needed, I could take a pattern, transfer that to the good housing that I was going to use, and then creep up on it and get the numbers I wanted. And
so you're literally doing R&D off of your engines in order to figure out what is like the optimal performance or the optimal shape that you need off of your intake and exhaust valves.
It's no different than any other racing engine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's no different.
Yeah, airflow is airflow. So, I mean, how it, it's slightly different, or well, significantly.
Yeah,
'Cause
the
cylinder head and
rotary is
the
really tough, and so one of the things like the Renesis has all these valves in the intake. Not, I mean, it's got like 3 valves, and we did everything. Mazda, by the way, is the best at optimizing its engines. I don't care what other manufacturer thinks they are. Mazda, like when Supras were cheap and mostly stock, I could get a Mark IV Supra in, and I could put an ECU in it, and just in tuning, I could get 100 horsepower under the curve just by optimizing the sequential turbo changeover.
I think that was the one other brand I would challenge you on was Toyota.
They're literally the worst. But Mazda, like if you took an RX-7, you could not do that. Like their turbo transition, like their sequential operation is flawless. Like it's so hard to improve on that most people will only make it worse.
I mean, the only way to improve the sequential turbos is to get rid of them and put a single turbo on there. And then you don't have the reliability issues of the twin turbo bird nest that is those vacuum lines.
But that only came like 10 years
later. But I
later.
digress. Yeah.
Well, well, the FD, I have 4 total FDs.
What? Can I have one?
No. No.
I would love an FD.
Everybody would love an FD.
Yeah. Look, the only FD I know of is this guy that shows up to Home Depot every once in a while in my town. That's the only FD I know of.
They're so rare. Do you want to hear some interesting little factoids about the FD? You know why they're so rare? Because they're rare. They are like total production of left-hand drive was 14,000 units worldwide. Left-hand drive. That's over all 3 years they made it. The last year,
drive. Yeah.
The last so 93, 94, and 95 were the only years they were imported. The 95, they only made 5,000 cars total. And it may not even been that many. It may have been 3,000 cars. Depends on whose numbers you read.
I really have to ask this though. How much would he sell an FD for?
When I'm done with it, I'm going to like I have I mean, it depends which one, but like I have
80,000.
I think my black one I'm probably going to get 60 to 70 for.
Yeah, I'd expect that much. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll hit you up when that's ready.
Yeah. Well, I have a silver one that is it is a 93. It's tastefully modified. It's silver with the red interior. It's a Touring that was converted to an R1.
Is it a Spider?
Oh, so it's got a hard top and
okay,
no longer has
the good one.
Sunroof.
No, it's got no. That's what I'm saying. It's a Touring, so it has a sunroof.
Oh, okay. Well, when you said that, the first thing I thought was the hardtop.
Yeah, no. So it's a Touring that's been converted to an. I believe it's got a sunroof. I have to look, but it doesn't have the moonroof. I think it's got the steel. I think
the T-top.
No, there's no T-tops. It's just a sunroof. Okay. So there's only so many silver with red interior. So I've gone through the entire car. Everything on the car is new. Calipers are new, rotors are new, lines are new. The transmission's just been gone through. The engine is all fresh. The alternator's new, the starter's new, the radiator's new, all the hoses are new. It's all new. It's a brand new car. As close as you can get to a brand new FD. I'm probably going to ask somewhere between 45 and 55 for it.
I would literally push 80,000.
No,
I think there's some people.
There's some really nice cars out there, and I just did the paint. So it's all.
Did you see Did you see the one FD that had like I think 7,000 original miles on it go for 6 figures on Bring a Trailer last
I
year?
did not. I didn't know that it sold.
Well, that's the thing is that there's so many millennials that would freaking like blow a load over this shit, and that's why I'm telling you to like push 80,000.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what it brings. So I have a 94 FD. I have two 94s. I have a 94 that's Montego blue.
I love that color.
I'm about to paint it back to it's mostly primer right now because it had the clear coat rot. So I fixed the paint. It's basically flawless. I'm about to put it, and I spent probably 6 months researching the proper Montego blue color. So it's going to go back to Montego blue. It's a tan interior car that I may change to black. That's a very popular conversion, but I might keep it tan because I like Montego blue and tan.
That's a good combination. Honestly, my personal preference, I like the tan interior in the FD better than the black.
Yeah, everybody.
And I never like the red.
The red is awesome.
Red interior to me is it. I'm picky when it comes to that.
It's not the FD. It's not the FC red. This is a great.
Oh no, it's a different red, and I mean like it's hard for me to like the C8, seeing a C8 Corvette with the red interior.
Yeah.
As well. I don't know what. Maybe it's just me.
Yeah,
but no, I gotta talk grid into this. Race car. Would you pay 80,000 for an FD, a fully restored FD?
For a fully restored FD? I mean, I think they're worth it. I just don't think the market will support it right now.
Yeah, that's
what I'm everything to these cars. Yeah. I mean, they have new, like I've reupholstered the seats in the factory seat covers, like they're factory leather.
Like I have 60, I think is about
carpet's been gone through.
I really think you could push 80 though.
I mean, they're
because I would drop 80
really
on it.
Pushing it because I mean
the thing is,
you're one person though that thinks that sees the value in that.
Yeah, but he's so here's the thing: enthusiasts that sit there and go, "Oh, that car's only worth 30 grand." They never buy the fucking cars anyway. It's always somebody like Tiki Tack that's like, "I've wanted that car since I was 4 years old, man. I love that car and I want it." And they will actually care that everything in the car is brand new,
and all of the reliability.
The money for it. All of the reliability stuff has been done. They all have aluminum radiators already. They all have all of the stuff. And
like right now, I could see so many people at my job that would absolutely love to buy an FD fully restored for like 80,000 and would drop the money for it.
Oh yeah, and I think those people are out there. I just it's just we'll see. And then I have a black one. So the Montego one, same deal. I have a fresh motor for it, all new. I mean, I have factory injectors that are cleaned. Now these may not all be factory ECUs. I've got power Cs. I've got stuff I can put in them to make them cool, but we'll see. And they all have they're all deleted cats. They have all of the reliability upgrades, right? They have the 3-inch. They all have 3-inch exhaust. The only reliability upgrades that these two cars do not have is going to a single turbo, and that's only because if I put a single turbo on it, nobody's going to like the turbo that I put on it. They're all going. If I put an S360, somebody will want a GT35R, 3582R. So it just I'm not playing that game, but they're and the engines are all built with goopy apex seals. They're all good. I mean, it's not the best of everything, but it's all great stuff. Now the black car. So this black car has got a history. It's clean title, but it sat in this guy's driveway in Louisiana for like 4 years. And this guy was a Honda guy. He didn't know anything about the FD. He took the whole thing fucking apart. The whole thing. And it's a black car sitting out in the sun in Louisiana. And I kid you not, when I touched one of the plastic headlight covers and it just disintegrate.
Oh,
Yeah.
So
knew that was coming.
and he did some stupid shit, like he tried to delete the antenna hole by filling it with spray foam and like fiberglassing it or some shit. So
Yeah.
I've got to I'm unfucking all I've pretty much unfucked everything that he's done. But since he took it all the way apart, it's too much trouble to put it all back together. The way, it's all stock, right? Like, I mean, he took the fuel tank out. Like, this guy took everything apart on his car.
Yeah.
Like every brake line in the car is out of it.
Did he have like plasma torch the gas tank out or something?
No, it just took it
unbolted.
out. Yeah. So
what you have is a very, very, very hopefully good condition shell.
No, it's a good car. It's a really good condition car, but so that car is getting the what's called the burnout kit on it, which is a very, to me, it's probably the other than the Rocket Bunny, it's the best wide body kit out there.
I'm a sucker for the Aria Memia set.
Yeah, that thing sucks. That's literally like boy racer bullshit. I hate that car. That's a one kit. That and the what's the other one? Is I can't think of it.
Not the Veilside Fortune kit.
No, the Fortune actually the Fortune kit actually looks good. I
hate that kit. It just takes too much away from the original look of the car.
Yeah, I like the look of the kit. I think that's a great future version of it. No, it's a newer kit. It's really boxy.
Not the feed. Okay, so it's not the feed kit. That's also
it's a newer kit. It's really boxy, really wide flares. Just kind of squared off.
It's not the one that the front end kind of looks like a
boss.
Supra,
Not a boss kit. No, the boss kit's the other Rocket Bunny kit. It's It doesn't matter. It's a fucking ugly kit. I hate that thing.
Well, this conversation is frustrating me because I remember back in 2008, I had an opportunity to buy an FD without an engine. It was a 95 silver FD for $1,800.
Well, Pandem.
Oh,
yeah, it was going for $1,800.
Yeah.
Oh, and 95s were the rarest year of all three.
This was in 2008. This was in 2008, right after the subprime loan bubble crush.
Oh, dude, that's pennies on the fucking dollar at this point.
And it was right out at the Palm Beach International Raceway. No, it's like that's where they were selling it at.
Yeah. So I don't like the RA kit. I think the way that it stands the fenders off is stupid. I think it's gay. I only like the kits that make the car look more muscular. I really love the new feed Fujima kit or whatever they call it. It's badass. But it's also
the feed kit is pretty sweet too. The modified 99 spec one where they kind of made the front grille just more open.
Yeah, the feed I can't think of what it's called now. The guy who owns oh fuck, it doesn't matter. I can't think of the name of his company now. It's RE something. They're all RE something.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, it'd be cool if the FC had some cool body kits, but they don't. So the best thing I can
know
do
the GP the BN kit, which GP Sports.
Oh yeah, the like what is it? The FC 2000 kit with the fixed headlights, and the really rounded corners on the bumper or on the front on the corners.
Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking about the BN blister kit. I think I like that kit.
I'm not familiar with that one.
I like the R Magic kit. That looks pretty good. But anyway, so Fujita Engineering, yeah. But the feed has their new kit is Afflux, the Afflux kit. Awesome, but it's ridiculously expensive. It's horrendously expensive. But anyway, so the burnout kit is like legit. Hey, night Ben, good to see you, man. The burnout kit to me, so I only like the kits that accentuate the existing muscular look of the FD with the rounded fenders and the wheel arches, which is why I like the Rocket Bunny kit. The Rocket Bunny kit to me looks right. Like
yeah, and I see where you're coming from, and I agree. The fenders look great on it. The front bumper is what it does. That I'm just like, what?
I actually like the front bumper, but yeah, everybody.
I don't know. It feels like they half-assed it to me, but
it's just not an RE bumper that sits 5 feet out in front of the car.
I don't know. It just rubs me the wrong way. But I mean,
anyway,
so significantly different.
I want to segue into another question. I wanted to ask, so if you were to start a racing team today, what is the car that you would build for like a rally car?
For a rally car?
Yeah.
Probably a Renault Megane.
That's a unique response. What's that?
It's a French car. It's a French car. They made a bunch of them with mid-engine. And I would just duplicate that car probably for rally. I mean, there aren't any good rally cars left. The Evo's gone. The STI is basically gone. So there's aren't any. I mean, I don't know that. I mean, the Ford Focus, maybe.
Is it because of the heavy restrictions after the rally death initiatives or whatever was going on, where people were just like dying too much in like rallycross or getting into too many accidents?
I don't know if it's that. For me, it's to be honest, for me, it's the simple fact that I just don't like. I think there's a very specific way a rally car should look to me, and there are very few cars that look like rally cars now.
So then maybe I have a different question. What is the genre of racing you would get into right
If I were
now?
going to get back into racing right now, I would probably build an SCCA Trans Am 2 Camaro or Mustang. And I could do that for about 110, 120 grand.
That's a respectable answer. SCCA is really moving up in the ranks. Like I'd say within the next decade they could catch up to like IMSA level.
No. They were. I mean, SCCA had Trans Am and it beat IMSA, but it had World Challenge. SCCA Pro Racing sucks. I mean, they really their administration just made a lot of really bad decisions. I mean, I was there. I saw it happening. I told them it was happening. They didn't listen to me. I was so in my tenure, SCCA. So World Challenge went from SCCA to USAC sanctioning because SCCA Pro Racing just did not care. There was a bunch of issues dealing with them, and I understood that. I didn't have any. I honestly, I didn't. I thought it was absolutely okay the way that everyone looked at SCCA for their nonsense, which is rare for me to agree with most people, but it was close enough.
So then I would have to ask, then it's like with this controversy, why the SCCA?
Because there are no other players really. I mean, Grand Am, but Grand Am is with SCCA. You have a feeder series. They don't. The problem is they don't do it, but there is the potential for a feeder series there, which is what's needed. What's needed in this country is for us to get away from spec series and cars that you buy from a manufacturer, and we need to go back to where people could build their own car and can paint their own car, at least at the lower levels, so that you have, and there needs to be a reason for them to do it. The most successful SCCA has been is every time they've tried and allied with a manufacturer, and you see this with the TDI Cup, right? So they allied with World Challenge, allied with the Volkswagen TDI Cup, and they did it with not Spec Me Out. What did they call it? Playboy Mazda MX-5 Cup. When SCCA allied with them through pro racing, and manufacturers, had more or less either a spec series where all the cars were prepared and owned and maintained by the manufacturer, like the Lamborghini Super Trofeo series and all of these other series. Every time they do that, they get massive interest, massive number of new teams show up, and they have and they make a lot of money. Then what they always do, they would go out and like I built my RX-8s, right? I built the MX-5s. I was, when we were looking at the Camaros, we were probably going to build the Camaros in house. We built I didn't personally, but the people I got the Challenger from built it. I was, when I was at 3R, we built the Volvos. We built the what else we are? The Neons. The Comp Coupes and the 911 Cup cars were factory cars, but we improved them. So, but the point is that you have better racing, and better racing means more people watch it, and more people watching it means more money. The problem is that SCCA made some very poor decisions, and which is what a lot of people do, and it just
generally why you're trying to recommend the SCCA is to essentially get a large amount of money flow on that bell curve from the amateur market, so they recognize it and then maybe follow through with it. Is that kind of the idea?
Kind of the idea, but not necessarily. So the real idea is that you want racing to grow. And for racing to grow, there needs to be a reason that somebody, all right, so let me give you some economics of racing, right? So for me to go, let's say that you wanted today, you were going to go race an SRO. You'd have to go to a manufacturer, and that would be like Honda, Volkswagen, maybe Hyundai may still be in touring. I don't know. Yeah, whoever's in touring. And you would have to buy a car, like the Mazda, like the MX-5 Cup car, which is also the same car they use in World Challenge. You would have to buy that from their approved builder, right?
Yeah.
The people that build it.
Essentially, there's brand restrictions.
The same way that ProDrive, you can't buy a Ferrari race car from Ferrari. You buy it from ProDrive. You don't buy a Subaru rally car from Subaru. You buy it from ProDrive. You don't buy a Ford Mustang race car from Ford. You buy it from Multimatic or Penske or Roush. You see what I'm saying is that these people, they get the cars from Ford. They do all the caging. They reinforce everything. They put all of this stuff.
I think that's the part that was missing. There's an intermediary company that's involved in making a race spec car that's approved for a particular vendor or a motorsports rally.
Right. So Honda had real time building the Civics when I was racing. Real time built all the Civics. You had to buy them from you had to buy them from Honda, but Real Time built all the engines and Real Time built all the chassis. So if you bought one, you had to buy it from Honda, HPD. That car was $110,000. Right? The engines were $18,000. No, Porsche is the official race builder of Porsche. Crumple's still.
Yeah.
And so when I built the RX-8s, I built them. I just built them.
Yeah.
In my shop.
This is sounding like a big marketing ploy.
It is, and that's what I'm saying is SCCA has done this many, many times where they go in and they get something good going and they get build a lot of interest, and then the requirements start growing, right? So the chassis has to be from a supplier, the engine has to be from Mazda. When I left the series, that was one of the things that they really wanted to do was they wanted us to not build our own engines anymore. And they were gradually changing the rules to where you were basically you were going to have two vendors for engines, CompTech and Sunbelt, and that was it. There was nobody. You couldn't buy an engine from anybody.
I want to understand this market. So let's say that there is a vendor restriction that says that you can only go through like Porsche to get your engine. So you go to Porsche, you get your engine. What would the actual the sports organization that's sponsoring the race, what cut do they get?
Oh, they don't get any cut. Yeah, they don't get any cut from that. But
so why would they restrict it?
Well, with Porsche, that's just the way it is. Like with Porsche, if you build your own Porsche race car, so if you go out today and you buy a 99 whatever it is, I think we're at 991 now. Whatever the current model 911 is, you go out and buy one. Just plain 911, no sunroof, stripped down, whatever. Well, first of all, a 911 street car and a 911 GT3 Cup car are two entirely different cars.
Yeah.
Completely different.
I don't think this is answering the question that I'm trying to get towards. Okay. I'm just trying to ask, like, let's say the SCCA, what benefit do they get out of restricting?
There are some companies that will give them. So SCCA's stated problem with it is that they now know the cars are safer and everybody's competing equally. It's a balance of competition thing.
Okay.
There's some truth to that.
Yeah. I could see the flaws.
But my car's always past tech, and that's all it really requires. So when you have the manufacturers involved, Porsche will give SCCA money and sponsorship dollars, right? Or in advertising or whatever. Now that's not because of that. 992 is a general. Yeah. Okay.
So if I'm
go ahead.
Okay. So what I'm getting out of this is that manufacturers will kind of sponsor them and getting them money in order to make the so-called like safety restrictions or the like handicap restrictions of like what the race has to be. And they essentially set the standard.
It's a lot of rules, man. It's a lot of, and this is one of the reasons why I feel like I do fairly well in debate is because I'm very used to arguing these rules, right? And
so I still want to continue this thought real quick. So they set the rules, but it doesn't mean that an independent person can step into that and then conform to the rules. Is that correct?
Right. Well, so and this is how they do that, right? So if I'm the all right, so when Long Road got the contract to build the MX-5 Cup cars, they weren't the only people that put in bids to get that. Because look, all the parts come from Mazda. Mazda sends you the cars. They have they've contracted with somebody to cut and bend the roll cages, so the roll cages show up in ready to weld in. And basically all you're doing is you're taking all the interior out, you're doing some prep, you change the engine to the spec engine, you change transmission to the spec transmission, you put in the wiring for all of the various to turn off all the various nannies and all that kind of thing. You weld the roll cage in and you roll it out the door. So it's a pretty easy conversion in that specific car. The reason that I can't do that is because I can't buy that roll cage, and that cage is the only approved roll cage.
Okay.
I can't buy that wiring harness that makes all the nannies go off in the car. So I can't get even if I could build a car, it wouldn't be competitive against the other cars.
Okay, so let's say that you could produce that roll cage and you could produce that wiring harness. Would that be acceptable in their rules?
It would depend on the rule set. I mean, that's how I stayed in so long, is because originally what they wanted to do with the MX-5, the car that's my screen, the background right now, it's in the previews. It's a very good car. I still own the car. The reason that I got in with that car is because what they originally said was that what they originally wanted was cup cars, MX-5 cup cars, to come over, and they were allowing a bigger engine so it could be competitive. But there were a lot of things that were undefined because they didn't know they didn't know what was going to make the car competitive. So in that period of time where there was this nebulous area, I came in and I duplicated, I didn't buy, but I duplicated the cup cage with allowed World Challenge editions. Everybody else was running a cup cage and I was not. My car was stiffer. My car was, in my opinion, better. It still is. And the same thing with the exhaust, right? Everybody else was buying the off the shelf Mazda Speed MX-5 cup exhaust. I did not. I built a tri-Y header based on a design that we knew would make more power on the 2.5.
So this was like a war of technological engineering.
This is a war of being able to argue successfully that what you're doing is legal.
Okay.
And you need to be able to do it successfully. Right? So they were like,
I totally heard that meow.
You were like,
everybody.
I could say, so they would say, well, you don't have an engine built by CompTech, so you could be torn. So, and it's a threat of teardown, right? So they said, well, maybe you're legal, but maybe you're not. How will we know? And I'm like, well, then, anybody can protest me. So if they protest me and I failed, then I'm disqualified. They can't, that's in the rule book, so they can't argue against it, right? So I knew the rule book inside and out. So what I did have, they specified a set of they have to specify these parts in the rule book. So they specified the set of pistons. I ordered the set of pistons. They specified the camshafts. I ordered the camshafts from those people, and I got all of the parts that were specified and put them together. Now the parts that weren't specified, like the exhaust manifold, like the intake, like the exhaust itself, everybody else was running the cup exhaust, which was just a bolt-on off-the-shelf part. I actually built in the interest of weight distribution, I actually built the back half of my exhaust was aluminum.
So let me guess, on these rule books, it would be kind of just unfair for them to list a very specific brand that you have to install.
No, they could. They could.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Well, all right. So actually what they would do is they would say, well, you can use this cam from this manufacturer, this cam from this they would give you 2 or 3 choices, but it was all the same. It was, in theory, it was all the same cam. And in my case, when I did it, there's only one approved camshaft. So that's what I had to buy. One set of cams that was approved. So that's what I had to buy. But the exhaust was just, they recommended it had to be the cup car exhaust or equivalent. Now I read and argued successfully that the equivalent doesn't just means that it's a header. We don't know what's equivalent to that exhaust. So there's no way of measuring it. You've not given me any parameters. So I built, instead of building a 4-into-1 piece of crap generic header, which is what Mazda was selling for the cup cars, I built a tri-Y header with with some anti-reversion and some other things. Yep. And
to understand correctly, so essentially the rules said that there was a specific design on the exhaust header, but you
no specific design. It was just a preferred off the shelf piece that that you could buy. Like they just said
Okay.
this, it has to meet. Yeah, all right. So normally it'll say it has to meet section 2.1.8, right? And then below that it would say, you know, it would give you a list of the parts that were known to be approved. So the cup car header was approved. Like you could buy that bolted on the car and know you were legal. Where I had to, well, I already knew I was legal, but there, you know, it's a mind game, right? And I argued with them.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't like my exhaust because everybody else was running the 2.5 inch exhaust with resonators and all the stuff that they put on the cup cars, because cup cars have to, you know, they have to race places where they have to be quiet. We didn't, because we were pro racing.
So some of those rules were set in as suggestions and not requirements, and that's where you kind of circumvent it to be like you built your own.
Yeah, well,
exhaust.
it wasn't defined. It wasn't clearly defined. So
Yeah.
or it was defined in such a way that it had to meet an existing rule.
Okay.
And so just like the pistons were very specific components, because there were only because you can manufacture pistons that meet a rule but have higher compression, or you know, you can have the pin height could be different. You could do pin offset. You know, there's a lot of variants that in pistons, so they have a specific approved piston, so you can't monkey with it.
Yeah.
But in a, you know, but for like the cylinder head was just, it has to be this part number and unmodified, or you know, can't be modified more than 1 inch in the intake and exhaust ports, right? So you couldn't go in and import it. I mean, we did, but it's irrelevant how we did that.
And also to kind of add to what you're saying, currently in SCCA autocross, because I go through the different revisions in what's allowed and stuff for the class that I race in, which is Extreme B. And I'll be like flipping through, and one of the things is tires. It says you can have a 200 AA treadwear tire, but it can't be this model, or this model.
Right.
And that's it's kind of hitting on the same point that you're getting at.
Yeah. So. I mean, the rule books in pro racing are, I mean, look, no, everyone loves a good cheat or thinking outside the box.
Mm-hmm.
Everything. So it's just be, you know, you just have to know that if you think of something and somebody catches on and they really don't like it, it could be banned later. So, you know, but like I did, so the entire back half of my exhaust, I fabricated out of aluminum. I even built an aluminum muffler for the exhaust. They would only last 1 or 2 races before I'd have to build a new one. But it was literally like, it was probably 5 or 7 pounds difference.
I don't know. I think that's kind of a cool idea, to think that you make a part just for the performance of one race, and it melts itself into, you know, you have to build a new one.
Yeah, something like that.
Is this the same car that you said was sitting in a field in Louisiana?
Well, that's what it's going to look like, except for the front bumper.
Okay,
This is the
gotcha.
This is the burnout kit. So you can see it's got wider front fenders, wider rear fenders, but it's not
front
ridiculous.
Bumper looks like it's been ripped off of a Honda S2000.
Only it existed before the Honda S2000. So, and then let's see.
Yeah, it's the extended fenders in the front with the toe in.
This is the actual front bumper I'm using.
Yeah, that's the GT kit. Yeah.
That's the GTC bumper. That's the Mazda Speed GTC. There's a GTA. I don't know if there's a GTB, and if there was, I've never actually seen one. But yeah, this is the GTC bumper, and it's supposed to have lights here, and we'll see if I can find them, because they're unobtainium. So,
what if somebody custom built them?
All 3 people on the planet that like or that need them would appreciate it gratefully.
Honestly, like a UV 3D printer would probably be able to make the casing that you need for it.
Yeah, but it would melt. The way that this is,
I wouldn't.
The the way that I'm going to do this is I'm going to actually build a mold and mold them out of Lexan properly. So, but yeah,
I don't know. 3D printing has come a very
I know.
long way.
I've got a Bamboo Labs X1 carbon. I've got a Anycubic Chiron, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I want to vacuum mold it. I don't have a vacuum mold table, but it doesn't matter.
So, I know I said like an hour ago that I needed to get going.
I know.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take that moment to do that now.
Right.
So,
hey, it was a nice chat.
It was lovely chatting with you, gentlemen, and definitely look forward to doing it some more.
I'm gonna have to make up for it.
I like how you mentioned racing beat, and that was the moment that I realized, oh yeah, hey, I'm really hot. I should take off my hoodie because I remembered that I had the shirt on underneath. But
yeah, Jim Madeira was a buddy, man.
Yeah.
I miss that guy. He was cool.
Yeah, I've got quite a few racing beat products on my FC from the previous owner that put on this car. I've got my entire car's history in binders.
Have you ever heard of Anthony Woodman Racing?
Not familiar with that one, but
he used to make a ton of really good parts for the FC. He might. I mean, obviously he still can. I'm sure he's got all the jigs and everything still, but he's a good guy. Anthony Woodman, AWR.
I will definitely keep that in mind. But yeah, I gotta get up in like 7 hours. So
yeah, I know all of these arcane stupid
Same here.
things.
Yeah,
nice chatting.
Yeah, that was great. It was fun getting to chat with you and just nerd out over race car shit. So
yeah, I don't get to do it very much, but I mean, there's a lot to it. I mean, it's
oh yeah, it's not the dumb guy redneck shit that everybody thinks. Like,
well, it is
the stereotypical.
It is for most people.
Right, you're gonna put a Hemi in there.
Don't put it's making another left turn.
I'm going to be honest with you. You guys say that, but I will be. I mean, I know so many stupid people in racing.
Yeah,
I know so many stupid people in racing. Like
that's the same with any industry. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, that's true. Stupid people are everywhere.
Yeah, it's I've done, and I'm not gonna lie, man. I've been on both sides of it. I've been the stupid guy thinking I was like really good, but at the end of the day, man, I just enjoyed the art of it more than anything else. And that's I don't watch racing anymore. I have not worked on a race car since I retired. Well, I mean, I still work on my I still have the MX-5 and I still have one of the RX-8s, and I have a 911 race car that if I ever put it together, if I ever finish it, it'll probably be the car that kills me. It's just a ridiculous car. Like, it's so over the top. It's literally, when it's done, it'll probably weigh 1,800 pounds, and I'm planning on putting about, I don't know, nice round number of 800 horsepower in it. And
that'd be that'll get it done.
That's a power to weight ratio.
Oh, good God, yeah.
And yeah, it's gonna be cool. So, but I mean, it's a race car. It's all tubes, all plastic. You can pick it. You can almost. So if you take the suspension off of it, you can, like, two dudes can pick it up and move it.
That's insane.
It's like.
All right, but yeah, I'm dipping out for the night. You guys have a good one.
See ya.
Peace out.
Yeah, thanks.
Moonlight update page. I'm sorry. All we've done tonight is talk cars. I apologize. No Moonlight. She wasn't. But I mean, maybe she'll drop by tomorrow. Maybe not. I don't know. don't know what else to say. So yeah, so we kind of went off on a bunch of tangents there, but yeah, at the end of the day, ticky tack. I mean, honestly, one of the reasons why I can do any business is because it's just the way I think, and I think that for the most part, I think for the most part, that's far more rare than we think it is, because a lot of people don't have the fortitude to take the risk and lose.
Yeah. And that's kind of the reason why I popped up here asking these questions is I'm trying to figure out like what are the risks that I'm willing to take.
Yeah.
Because I kind of already found out that with my current job here is that my contract is not going to be renewed on October. There's a high likelihood that it's not going to be renewed just because of whatever corporate policies that they have put in.
Sure. That happens.
Yeah. Technically I served them for 2 years. That's a great run for a contract position. It's all good. So I got to figure out like, okay, what's my next step? Do I want to go the the guaranteed route and like service a bunch of side by sides, or do I want to do something that's a little bit more risky and do something that I've always dreamed about and been passionate about, which is like, starting a race team?
Well, let me get into some nuts and bolts on that. So if you're going to, I think you need to understand that every time I did this, I had an existing business that supported the race team.
Okay.
Right? The only thing I cared about was the race team. But like when I left 3R, pardon me. When I left 3R, I don't know why I can't talk all of a sudden. When I left 3R, I went and worked for another. There was supposed to be a deal that I, come in, help them get their performance streetcar stuff sorted out, and then they were going to back me racing, and that didn't work. So I ended up going out on my own, and I've opened up a tuning shop where I had all of the equipment I needed to go racing. You understand what I mean? Like I had the welders, I had the paint booth, I had the I didn't have a frame machine, but I needed one. And I had all the things, lifts, all of that. Had everything that I needed to be able to do the job. But it was making me money every day, putting turbochargers on Subarus and putting engines in Supras and all of that. And then I got a dyno and I made money dynoing. And so and then I did and now one of the things about when I left 3R out of a sign of respect to Bob is I did not compete against him for 2 years. So for 2 years, I took that 2 years and I spent the time building my shop, building that base that allowed me to have the money to be able to go racing. Okay.
Yeah.
And this allowed me to do things other teams couldn't do. One of the things is I could bring on people who were really promising, but didn't have a lot of money to be part of my program. Right. Like I have, like to this day, we're still friends. There's a guy in Pennsylvania, I think, somewhere cold and fucking frozen. And we were going to Motorsport, and he's an RX-8 guy. He does club racing. He has an IT car. And we were talking, and I'm like, I'm down a driver for this weekend. If you know anybody, the entry fee's paid. One set of tires is paid. It's going to be maybe a couple of grand to pay for the crew and the fuel and stuff. And, like another set of tires, you're probably going to use the second set of tires at $1,500. So call it $3,500 for the weekend or $5,000 or whatever it was. I forget what it was, which is like this is a stupid cheap race weekend. And he's like, well, I would be interested. I said, okay. So he called. So I put him in touch with Pro Racing. Pro Racing checked him out. He was fine. They gave him a provisional license to run, and he did Motorsport with us, and he did well. He finished 4th, I think, and with a blown up engine, actually.
Yeah.
So he, but I made $5,000 that I would not have made, and I wasn't in a position where we either have to have 25,000, which is realistically the position that I was in, is that a race weekend cost me out of my pocket about $25,000. Okay. So I needed to have each car sold. What I wanted always was each car to be sold for $25,000 for the weekend. That way, all my expenses were covered, and I made basically the next race weekend in money.
Yeah.
And I could waver on that, right? What had ended up happening this weekend in Motorsport is they had a low car count because it was out of, a lot of people didn't want to go to Canada. So the director of the series called me and said, hey, kind of a one-time deal, but I'm going to give you your entries for free, and I'll give you a set of tires for each car if you'll show up, if you'll commit to showing up. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll do that, because that cuts $7,000 out of my budget.
Yeah.
So then the first car was already sold for the weekend for like, I don't know, 15 or 20K. So I didn't even need to make anything.
Yeah.
Right? I could have.
So what you're describing right now is that you were always running exactly on the line in order to be able to make it towards the next race.
Not always, but I was able to do it.
Yeah.
So for example, we went to Barber. I had both cars sold that weekend for full price. But the guy, so I had the first car sold full price, plus I'd picked up the guy who came in had.
Let's pause for one moment. When you say you got the car sold for a price, what does that mean?
Okay, so my overhead is just what it is, right? So if my overhead is $22,000 to go to Barber, or 25 or whatever, I would ask, basically, whatever a weekend would cost, I would add it up, so you got hotels, you got food, gas, diesel, tires, consumables. You come up with your budget, right? Your bottom line.
Yeah.
I need $20,000 to go to Barber, right? Entry fees, tires, all that stuff. I need it, and I always had 2 cars, and sometimes I had 3, but usually 2. The first car that was, when I say sold, was rented for the weekend, because I'm basically running a rental program. So that first car has to, I always wanted it, I would never discount the first car sold over the weekend. You know what I'm saying? Or rented for the weekend. That never got a discount, because that covered the entire weekend. And so then even if I only, if only one car was rented, or I gave somebody a free ride in the second car, which I did occasionally, all of the expenses were covered. I might even make some money if because when I went to Motorsport, we won $7 or $8,000. So I walked out of that weekend making money. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So
I always want to make money.
Are you saying the reward was $7,000-8,000, or that was the
contingency money? Yeah,
Okay.
Contingency money.
Okay.
I won, I think, $4,000 I think we finished second and third in each of the races, and so the contingency money for second was like $4,000 or whatever. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
It doesn't matter what it was exactly, but just we won contingency. So I made money on the weekend. Plus, I was able to put a guy who had never been in a pro car and could have been the net. I mean, the thing is that I always thought that you never know where the talent's going to come from. So at Barber the following year, or maybe 2 years later, I don't remember. Again, it was a situation where first race of the year, low car count. It was like a super low car count. And so I had a guy in the RX-8. He paid basically 3/4 of the normal rental, and the MX-5 brought the entire, full rental. And so I was in the money big time. And that guy that rented the MX-5, it was his first pro race ever. And so he, again, and I was able to do that a lot of times because I just didn't have that. I ran a type program to where I didn't need both cars to rent to make the race ever.
Okay.
And so I could always have an up and comer. I could always have some new guy. I could always have and even we would do club races, and I'd put a girl in, that was promising. There's a lot of. Go ahead.
If I'm understanding correctly, you had two cars, one of which was available for rent for a racer to come into, and the other one was kind of like, oh, if we can sell it for rent for somebody to fit in, you would, but if not, you would probably give like a trial
I always
run
wanted
to
both
somebody.
cars to run. I always wanted both cars to run, and there were, and it just depends on what the deal needed to be, right? So if I had a pro driver come in one year, big name, good guy. He wanted to get into touring car. He was normally ran in GT. He brought 15. We made a deal on the car at 15 grand. And I keep in mind, I still need 22,000 for the weekend. We made a deal on that car for 15 grand because there was another guy that I knew was going to, and actually that was at Mid Ohio. That I knew there was another guy that wanted to drive the car. And he was willing to go about 15 to 20 grand. So I always wanted both cars to run.
Yeah.
No matter what. And so it was all about making, it sounds very Trumpian, but it was all about making the deal that made the most sense.
Of course.
And so if a guy wanted to do a multi-race deal, then we would, I would cut him $5 grand off because I knew I'd make it back on the other car. And usually I could get full boat for both cars.
Okay.
So
that makes sense.
I'm just giving you this. It's not really an internal critique, but I'm giving you this. It's technically an external critique. I'm giving you this God's eye view of what the idea behind it is. Right? You're not going to, and this is how race teams go broke. A guy says, well, I have to make, some ridiculous number, I have to have 50 grand before I leave the shop. And he'll have somebody that's like, well, I've got 25. And another guy's like, well, I got 10. And I can't get there if I don't have 50. When if he took the 15 grand out of his pocket to make it up, to make the difference, make it work, then he could get there and market himself and market the car and make sure the cars do exceptionally well. And then that money comes back to him. Right?
Yeah.
So you can't be short-sighted, right?
So to some degree, it's a little bit of a gamble, but also to give an opportunity to somebody who's less known that may be able to make those higher cuts.
Well, I have a pretty good eye for talent, right? Like I knew, like I could watch a guy drive and I'd know that this guy, he's going to win like 100%.
Yeah.
I worked with this girl for a little while. She ended up getting married and she was a good driver. She just wasn't a great driver, but she had a lot of potential. And I was known. And see, the thing is that I had a whole reputation of, I would let people get in the car that probably nobody else would. right? Like you couldn't go to Real Time, you couldn't go to Compass 360, you couldn't go to these other teams and get into the car. They just wouldn't do it. They would want a test day that you paid for. You'd have to come to their shop. You'd have to, they'd really, they run you through this whole qualifying procedure that really is meant to get money out of your pocket. Whereas I was like, we would do it. I preferred to do a test day with you, or I needed to watch video of you racing, or I needed something, right, to know that you knew what you were doing. And if I felt like you could win, I'd put you in the car.
Okay.
So
no, that makes sense.
But again, this sounds really kind of arrogant, but I can tell when somebody is going to win for the most part. Now, sometimes like Speedy Dan Clark, he was an IndyCar guy and Indy Lights and from the UK, super cool guy, just super nice. And he drove for me at Mid Ohio, and put him in the car. That was RX-8, and all through practice, he's complaining about this car. He's like, "Well, doesn't like the platform. He doesn't like, and by platform he means the setup, right? That he thinks it's too soft in the back or too loose in the front, whatever." And I can't remember what I think he thought it was too soft in the back, which was wrong. It needed to be that soft to have the maximum amount of traction through the corner. It was just different than what he had driven before.
Yeah.
So we kept working with him and working with him and working with him. And the whole weekend, he's just bitching. Every practice, every qualifying, he's bitching. He qualified pretty well. So qualifying at that race was, if you know things about racing, you understand that less than 0.8 of a second separated first through 10th.
Yeah, because it comes down to how you exit the corner and how quickly you come to acceleration.
Well, it's just the lap times were so close during qualifying. Like It was literally tenths and halves of tenths that determined your position on the grid. We were seventh.
I'm just thinking about motorcycles where the corners mean how quickly you can accelerate out of the corner. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're working with, hundredths of a second, tenths of a second. Yeah. So, we were seventh outside pole. So, we're on the right. Now we're a rear-wheel drive car. Every car in front of us was front-wheel drive. We're on slicks. So Dan, and up this point, I'm like, this dude's a candy ass. Like, this dude sucks. Like, he is just bitching about everything. Can this dude even fucking drive? I mean, Indy cars are great. Maybe it was the car, I don't know. And so so it's a standing start. And he had listened during a driver's meeting. And one of the things is that you could use the apron into turn one only on the start. If you entered because when the apron on the turn for turn one is where pit out is. So if you did it during the race, you ran the risk of hitting a car exiting pit lane. So, so the start happens and he is fucking gone. So he's in seventh. He goes to first by turn one. He literally just out drag raced everybody. Mm-hmm. And the important thing about this is he went between Lawson Aschenbach and Rob Holland and folded the mirrors on the car, That's how tight he. I mean, and I was like,
Yeah.
all right, he can drive. He can drive from any time, because that was amazing, right? Like,
Yeah.
and so, and he led the race for the first 2 or 3 laps, and then we had a fuel pump or something. We've been kind of chasing fuel problems all weekend. I think the transfer pump was fucking up, and but he was one of those where basically I don't. His sponsors paid me like nothing to put him in the car. You know, part of it was I wanted to go racing, and I wanted to go promote my business of racing, and on the other side of it, I really wanted to give these people chances, and I was known throughout the paddock as the guy who would, you know, even if we couldn't do a pro race weekend, we could put you in. We could put you in the in a club race weekend or something like that, and we would get you in the car and see, you know, if you were good or if you weren't. And there were a lot of people. There's an amazing number of people who think they can be a pro race car driver that have never been in a pro race car of any kind, even the cheap ones, like, you know, like we were considered very cheap, you know, and it's just an entirely different business model. I had a partner when I built the MX-5, and he had no risk appetite whatsoever, you know. And so the first year we go racing, and like he goes to the first race with us, and we had, you know, the new car, we had all kinds of problems with it, and not a big deal. So we get back, and then we're talking about doing test days. And one of the things that we're talking about is, hey, we may need to, you know, we may want to have insurance on the test days, because these, you know, a couple of these guys are going to push pretty hard. And once my business partner learned about the insurance, he wanted everyone to put insurance on the car to go test. Well, that adds $5,000 or $6,000 to the cost. Yeah. And honestly, if it had been something from the beginning, it probably wouldn't have been a big deal. But because it was just kind of in the middle sort of thing, just kind of inserted what seemed like to anybody watching it for the fuck of it. Because of that, I had people canceling left and right all of our test days. And so basically that year I really struggled to even make a couple of races, like just to get out there. Right. Like, I think, you know, so, and when we did, it was like, you know, there was always, you know, of course we're developing a car. We expect problems, you know, we expect shit to go wrong. And this guy was just like, he was just wound too tight. So I got rid of him. He went on his merry way. And the following year, I killed it. I had, you know, we had developed the cars were fast. Everybody knew we were fast, you know, and everybody wanted to be a part of the program. Well, not everybody, but a lot of people wanted to be part of the program. And so this, my partner's name was Chad. He comes over one day and he's like, hey man, I've been watching everything. He's like, you're really doing good this year. Why didn't this work with me? And I said, well, you can't do this, Chad. You don't have the risk appetite. You can't, in your head, you know, you can't lose that money. You can't take that risk. You can't do this or do that because you might lose something. You might lose out. And I don't care if I lose. I built it all. I'll build it all again. I don't give a fuck. You know, so
it's wild you bring that up. Well, even the perspective of what I'm dealing with right now, and just like my programming efforts, and the reason why we're not able to innovate correctly is because nobody's willing to take risks in the idea that we may fail.
Mhm. Yeah.
And I keep suggesting ideas that is like it could turn out to be something absolutely better, but
Mhm.
also could fail, you know, and nobody's willing to like give the green light on it because of the risk of failure.
Yeah, I mean, literally, Chad. So I remember very clearly, like, I mean, and not. So the thing is that not winning didn't, going to the races, it helped. Obviously, I made money, but having those cars, I had in the race shop, I had tons and tons and tons of business. I had a lot of people coming in to get their cars tuned, get suspension work done, get this done, get that done, all this stuff, and you know Chad's like, why? What were you doing? Why didn't you do this when I was involved? And I'm like, well, you didn't let me. You were always negative about everything I said, and you were just like, I don't know what business you need to be in, but this is not the business for you. And I tell everybody that talks about wanting to be in racing or want to be in own a race team, is like, I had to go out at the beginning of every year just to get started. I pretty much had to go find about $250,000. Now, some of that came from me, some of that came from my companies. I had the paint shop would kick in some, and the tuning shop would kick in some, and the race shop really never kicked in anything because it just ran so thin. But some of my companies would do it, and then but other, I would go and start looking for marketing partners, and that's because you got, if you're going to build a new cars cost money.
Yep.
Right. You want to you need a new hauler. Trailers cost money. Go through everything. You'd spend all winter going through all of the gear, right? All of the tools, all the equipment, everything. That all costs money.
And even then, it may not work out the way you expect it to,
Sure.
but you need to both sell it that it's going to work out. And then if it doesn't work out, you have to make sure it's spectacular if it doesn't work out.
And there were a lot of things that I did. Like, one of the things that always helped is that I was pretty good at understanding how to create a deliverable out of thin air. So, for example, one of the things I did that made a lot of money every single time I did it was so one of the things that you need to realize about IT companies, for example, and financial companies, that sort of thing. One of the things you got to realize about those people is they don't have any way of rewarding their top performers other than just writing them a bonus check. And so they're always looking for something they can give that is different. The supercar experience. Well, all these guys own Ferraris. You send them to Tahiti, they have a beach house there. Like, this is these companies, they look for ways to reward their top performers and top customers. And so one of the things I did, and I did this for JP Morgan Chase, and that is in California, their California branch, or investment team, or whatever. I don't know who they were. But basically, their top 5 performers, so account execs probably, and their top 4 or 5 clients got to come to the track. They could bring all their cool toys. They could bring their Ferrari. They could bring their Porsche. They could bring whatever. Doesn't matter. And we brought the race cars. We brought a couple of, I had, Jason was, there's probably 2 truly pro drivers there. We brought, we had video cameras. I had a video crew there videoing everything, which was, just some social media people, social media marketing people, which can't throw a rock in San Francisco without hitting a social media development people.
Yeah.
And so I had and we had it catered, and we had some pretty girls that made sure that you need to be over here, you need to be over there. It's like $75 for the day or some shit like that. I forget what it was. Anyway, it cost me track rental and everything about $8,000.
What?
That's
dirt cheap.
I billed JP Morgan Chase $25,000.
Yeah, that's totally worth it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it just this little sort of sponsor towards like JP Morgan, like Top Performance, is and your race cars, renting
and
out
most
a
of them didn't even
track.
want to drive. So they like most of them would go out in our cars for like 5 or 10 minutes, 2 or 3 laps, and then they come in and they'd be like, "Hey, can I get the pro driver to go with me in my car?" And they go over to their whatever badass Ferrari or Porsche or Lamborghini or whatever the fuck they had.
They sit in the passenger seat with the pro driver and the driver and just drive them around the track.
What an opportunity for them.
Yeah.
And these guys never get to drive these cars that fast.
Yeah.
They never, not ever. And so for JP Morgan Chase, that's cheap. They were literally, I mean, these guys get $500,000 bonuses.
Yeah, that's just such a wild idea. And it's getting into, so I always go on track days for like motorcycles and stuff. I didn't realize like it was that cheap to go ahead and rent a track and actually run it.
Track rental itself is usually like $5,000 for the day. Well, I mean, it used to be, I don't know what it is now, but it used to be about $5,000 for the day. So the key part, and the reason I did mine the way I did is because, and I did cheat a little. So the track, if the track provides the ambulance, that adds like another $5,000.
Yeah.
But I know some EMTs. So I said, "Hey man, can you come down and just hang out?" They're like, "Yeah, it's no problem." So I got a half a day. I got these 2 EMTs with their ambulance for the day for like, I think like it was like $1,500 or $2,000 for the day, which was great. And then all the other stuff was like $1,000 or, I mean, it's a catered lunch. It's like a couple of $300-400, something like that. No big deal. Not. It may have been $10,000. It may have been $10,000. I don't know. Yeah. I don't think so. I think it was 8. I think the number I remember is 8.
This kind of ties into some of the sponsorship events that you were talking about like a year ago. When like starting up a racing team is figuring out how to how to market your services outside of just like the racing in itself. But the
racing's irrelevant to your marketing.
Yeah, and the marketing is where a lot of the money comes from in order to maintain your business.
Yeah.
Yeah. How often would you set up like these type of events over
anytime I could, like literally anytime. And so we started a whole other program where on race weekend. So one of the things is that we had Speedy Dan Clark with us many times, and he had raced in IndyCar. He knew everybody in IndyCar. So we would have these corporate execs come out, and we would get them a VIP parking pass. We get them VIP passes to come back because our series wanted us to have sponsors, so they would help out. You have to be able to work with people, and so then we'd have tons of golf carts, either rent it, and we brought the high jet, but we would rent golf carts from local golf cart companies. They would drop them off and pick them up. We didn't have to do anything.
Yeah.
And I hired this girl, Victoria Lowe, I think it was Lowe. And she's a social media influencer who was helping some other automotive people out. And she was my on-air talent, if you will. And she would come out and she would basically, it was her, a photographer, and the guests, and they would get in these 2 golf carts, and they would just drive around. They would meet these IndyCar drivers. They would go to the autograph sessions with all the different drivers, and then they could take the golf cars and go around and watch the races from the track, from various points around the track.
Yeah.
So just the way it worked out for me is I made a bunch of money. It didn't really cost me a lot. And,
it gave everybody a great time.
It was a great time for everybody. We would have Saturday night, we'd have a big party, and then there's no alcohol at the track. But we would have this big party and a lot barbecue and everything. And we had catered lunches, for the, for people.
No, this makes sense especially with all the track days I've been to. And now it's like all this is falling in line of like how they do these track events of like, okay, so they pay for the weekend of this stuff and they cater towards like, lunches and dinners and maybe have like a night out event where you can actually ride out at night on the track and stuff. It's like,
you can take go-karts out or golf carts out on the track and just, you can't go fast, but you can go drive around there. And there was a lot of times we'd do the press day, and you could put your guest in the car. We would put a seat in one of the cars, and they could go drive around. It was pretty much, you got to be thinking about what are your assets, what do you have to offer, right? And it's the corporate. So we call these the VIP experiences, right? So those VIP experiences are something that it's very difficult to get. You can't just show up as a nobody or even as a rich guy and get shuttled around in a golf cart all day by a cute girl and a cameraman and introducing you to all of the drivers.
Yeah, because the rich guy could buy that for himself.
Yeah, he could. But he can't, because you can't get the passes to go to those places unless you're part of a team.
Yeah.
Sometimes. Sometimes not. Sometimes it's open, but you may not be able to meet the drivers. You're not getting personal introductions to the drivers. One of the things is Speedy Dan and Will Power were they were great friends. And so you could literally, like, Speedy Dan would take you over and introduce you to Will Power, and Will would shake your hand, and it was great. It's like being backstage at a concert. And so that's how that kind of all works out. Those are a couple of things we did. We did a bunch of other different promotions. I didn't sit around and think about how I was going to make money, but anytime I thought about it, like if I was driving down the road back from a race and I'm like and I'm in a transporter and I'm just driving back, I'm like, man, you know what we should do? We should
show up to a rodeo show and do a bunch of donuts before the bulls come in.
I was on my way back from a race weekend, and I was super tired, and I'm just like dragging ass, and I forget what made me think about it, but I was like, what we need to do is we need to reach out to because all of these dealerships, they have marketing money set aside, and a lot of them they run out of things to spend it on. So, and they just have that money sitting there, but it's earmarked for marketing. So I started calling these people around Lime Rock, the dealerships, and they ended up being, there were several dealerships in the area, and they were all interlinked, Mazda dealerships, and they were all interlinked, and they're like, yeah, you already assigned most of our money for this year, but we'll get you something. And I'm like, okay, what do you want? What do you want to do? And they're like, well, if you give us notice next year, we'll do a tent event. We'll bring the cars out. we have the drivers there in their driver suits for a couple of hours, signing autographs and that sort of thing, and we'll just we'll give away a bunch of hot dogs and free Cokes and sell some cars. And I'm like, all right, that's cool. How much will you pay me for that? And they're like, well, probably 10 or 15 grand. I'm like, okay, that's cool. And I said, well, how about this year? And we went back and forth a little bit, and they ended up paying me $5,000 to put stickers on my car and drive it around the track at Lime Rock because they were a local dealer.
Now, riding around the track, did he have to pay for the track?
I mean, no. This was for a race weekend. They literally.
Okay. I got you.
They gave us $5,000 and we made some decals that I remember. I got them in Ohio. So as I'm driving from Colorado to Lime Rock, I stopped and I phoned ahead. I called back and I'm like, hey, it's like, why? I'm like, who knows somebody on this route to get signage made? And one of my friends said, hey, I know a guy in Ohio. And I'm like, how far off 40 is it? Because we're going straight, or not 40, 80. How far off 80 is it? We're going straight across 80. And they're like, not far. And I think it was like Cincinnati or somewhere. And I don't know Ohio that well. And so I call a guy up. Actually, I think my friend called the guy and the guy called me, however it went. I told him what I needed. I texted him some photos from the dealership, texted me photos of their logos. I texted them to him. He came up with a design, texted back. I'm driving down the road doing this. We stop at his house, pick up the decals, and drove to Lime Rock and put them on the car. $5,000.
That's an easy sell.
Sure.
I would do that.
Why wouldn't I do that?
Yeah.
So,
and that just comes with like the promise that you're going to come back in a year later and have the race cars and stuff and do your like $10,000-$15,000 promotion.
It didn't come with a promise of that. It's like, let us know next year, and this is what we can do.
Okay.
And I'm like, yeah, okay, that's cool. And so there's a lot of,
so it just came down to a good rapport with the people, building a good relationship. Be like, hey, we'll scratch your back a little bit here, and then you come back and scratch our back a year later.
Like, think about it this way, right? So let's say you're going to race Hondas, and you're a privateer team, and you call up Stones River or Sloan's Honda here in town. You say, hey, listen, we're going to be at Nashville Super Speedway this weekend. It's your local track. I can get some, we'd like to work out a sponsorship deal, promote you guys. I know you're an independent Honda dealer. You're not, I think they are a factory, but whatever. So what do you think? Do you have any budget for advertising and what do you because we can tailor it to fit, all kinds of things. And usually they'll be like, well, you got to talk to this guy. So you eventually get to the guy you need to talk to. That's the hardest part, is getting to the guy you need to talk to. And say, once you get to the right person that you're talking to, and you say, hey, all right, look, here's the deal. We're going to be there this weekend. We can get you, get you VIP passes to the event. We can get you, say, 5, 6, whatever. You have to talk to your series and know what you can do, what you can do. But I always knew that I could get almost as many guest passes as I wanted. So, but I would, you usually want to cap it at like 5 or 10. So yeah, so we can get you 5 or 10 guest passes to go anywhere on the track, or anywhere in the facility. We already have Honda logos everywhere, but if you'll give us your dealership, if you give me your dealership specific stuff, maybe we can get some stuff made up. We'll put it on the toolboxes. We'll put it on the side of the trailer temporarily, whatever, however you need to, whatever they want. And usually it just comes down to, well, how much money do they have for regular advertising or on the spot advertising? Because almost all of these organizations will have something like that.
Yeah, and this does sound a lot like just general marketing.
Yeah,
It really is.
yeah, yeah. And usually what you really want to say is like, hey, listen, you got, we're gonna be in town for a week. I don't know if you guys are having any kind of special event or if you're having a writing school or anything like that, but the writers are going to be here and we can bring the bikes out. We can set them up. If you've got some signage, we're happy to put that in, conspicuous places. We can do photo ops. We can do whatever, you got to work. It's a back and forth conversation.
Yeah.
But usually you'll end up with something like you're going to be there 3 or 4 hours and you're going to shake a bunch of hands. You're going to take a bunch of pictures. The bikes are going to get fondled. And whatever, and it's just, maybe you start them up once, because just to hear what we had a lot of requests to start the car because of how they sound. And the whole time they've got salesmen out there working. They got salesmen out there selling bikes, man, selling accessories. And so, sometimes that can be an easy $5,000, and you could do that. In theory, you could set that up at every race weekend that you're going to do. You call around to the local dealerships, you find one that's willing to work with you. Maybe they only give you $2,000, but that's $2,000 you didn't have for a couple hours worth of work.
But even then, it's like if you're going to go ahead and take a sacrifice for a small amount, you still build the relationships, which can build into something better.
Absolutely, yeah. And do a good job, or just say, hey, you know what? You don't even have to pay me. I'll come out. We've got some time tomorrow. We're not practicing. We're coming into town on Wednesday. We can't even show up at the track until Friday. All day Thursday, I'm not doing anything. How about I bring the bikes down? I leave them there. Maybe I can get the riders to come by and and their leathers and helmets and sign some autographs or something. Don't have to pay me for it. I mean, if you want to, that's great. But I understand. Marketing budgets get spent early. At specific times of the year. Don't make an exception for me, but I just want to kind of build a relationship and show you who we are and what we are. And then it comes down to how well you can make that connection to make things happen.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it's definitely, it's 1 a.m. now. So
you need to
definitely
go
don't want to drag this on any further, but this was a lot of good insight. I definitely appreciate you going through all this.
I mean, it's all normal stuff.
It's abnormal to the rest of the world. You're like the 1% here, man.
Yes, I don't know. This is just the way my brain works. But the way my brain is always thinking about, weird shit like that. So, unfortunately, tonight I got too sidetracked on car stuff, and I didn't grift enough. We really didn't even talk about any of the subjects that I actually wanted to talk about. That's fine.
Hey, racing is awesome.
Business. Yeah, race cars are cool, just like airplanes are cool. But it's a very it's tough, man, and a lot of people get burned out. They just can't do it every day of the year. Or 6 months out of the year, or 8 months, or 10 months, or whatever it is out of the year. They just can't do it. And the real thing, Tiki Tack, about all of this is that most people cannot keep track of everything.
Yeah.
So in my case, I had at any given time, I started with one shop. I added a race shop. And I added a paint shop, and then I added the tuning. Well, the tuning shop was the first shop, and then I added this service shop. And I had, at one point in time, I had like 60 people working for me, and all I wanted to do was hang out in the race shop and build cool shit. And so you have to be able to see those paths, and most people can't. The reality is most people cannot. So the only thing they care about, or the only thing they understand, is the race team.
Oxcaxo donated $20. Super chat. I only took 3 naps during y'all's chat. Hand over mouth emoji.
You said you were at work. Were you sleeping on the clock? Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so.
Hey, it's the new generation we live in. You know, you
Yeah,
could
it's probably
sleep
true.
on the clock.
They probably have nap pods.
Hey,
I really
it's
want
no,
to try a nap pod. I've never seen a nap pod.
no. So
She says narc. Oh, that's funny. That's cute. That's cute.
no, I
but yeah,
really have to say. So
yeah.
one of the businesses I worked with, they actually did have a room that actually had beds and fresh sheets out, so you could swap out your own sheets and take a nap over in there. But at the
Mhm.
same time, we were working like 80 hours a week. So
Sure. Yeah. Well, I mean,
that
every
was the
race
extreme.
every race shop I've ever had has had a shower and an office that was used as a bedroom.
Yeah, so a couch with a futon.
Because I mean, I would literally, like I'm telling you, Colin would show up and he would literally stay he could, I mean, I think one time he was there a month, and he would just,
there's something about those environments that's just so nice to me. It's like that just feels like real work is getting done when you have
it's
that.
definitely work. I work 80 hours a week. I technically can sleep if I want to. Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Mad respect.
I can technically go to bed in like very short few minutes. My wife's probably already asleep. She's or she's watching the Chinese soap operas.
Well, that's one of the luxuries. I've worked for so long now in a professional field where I can take naps in the middle of the day. But at the same time, I'm trying to get away from that again to work the 80-hour work weeks because I feel like I'm not making anything.
Yeah. I don't know. So if I were going to advise somebody right now to, to start a race team or a race effort or however you want to look at it, the first thing before you buy anything, before you rent a building, before anything like that, I would strongly suggest that you get really very familiar with the environment, who the players are. I had the luxury of being able to work for these other teams in a capacity where I was interfacing with the management of the race series. I was interfacing with all of these different people, and so when I opened my own when I started my own team, it was just like, yeah, it's just natural. It's just him. I know him, and so I could literally just walk into the trailer anytime the admin trailer anytime I wanted to. Like nobody ever questioned me. Nobody, and if they did, they'd be like, hey, dude, just step outside for a minute. We need a minute. I'd be like, yeah, okay. And other people could not do that. So,
yeah, I think that's one thing I have to come to accept is that even though my passion is to try to have like a rally car racing or something with like, 4-wheel vehicles, the people that I know are on motorcycles and dirt bikes.
I think there's arguably there's more money in like MotoGP type racing. But I think at the lower level, I think you're probably better off financially to do something with cars. If I were to start a team, and this will be the probably the last diatribe I make. If I were to restart now, knowing what I know, I would probably start with a 2-car SCCA GT2 team. The first car I would own and I would build it. The second car, I would try and find somebody that has a car that either they're not using or that they want to go racing, but they don't have the support network to make it work. And I would team up with them with the idea that I'm going to have some use of that car. And if I couldn't do that, then I would build another one. I like TA2 because it's a good rental program. Because you have to understand what you're really doing is you've got a rental program. It's no different than Airbnb. It's no different than whatever. It's just you're renting stuff. You know, there's not. I used to say that there's wasn't a lot of difference between me and a hooker. We both provided a reason. We both provided a good time at a reasonable rate with no promise of performance. So, or no guarantee of promise or guarantee of performance. And there's a lot of truth to that. It's a lot more than people like to think about, right? Because, you know, I'm selling a good time. I'm selling somebody's dream.
Yeah, you're speaking a lot of truth, and I'm taking notes.
Yeah. But if I were going to start again today, TA2, maybe FIA GT3 if you have a lot of budget. The problem with the FIA GT3 cars is I think currently they're $250,000 to $300,000 each, and that's a lot. And you need 3. You can't have just 2. You need 3. So that was actually the reason I retired. The reason I actually retired is because there were some underhanded dealings in the series that was going to end up costing me a bunch of money. But most importantly, the underhanded part of it was they got rid of the series president or I forget what his actual position. They fired him. When they fired him, and they kind of divvied up his job, and they put an interim series executive in. I didn't like that guy, and it took me I didn't make an event, and they needed to refund me my entry fee, and it took them almost a year to refund me $2,500.
Yeah,
like what the fuck?
Yeah, that's sad.
Well, it's just they didn't care. It's not that they didn't have the money. It's not they couldn't have done it. They just didn't care. And I had to get pretty huffy about it too. And they ended up, because of their poor business decisions, they ended up losing the entire series to Steve or Stefan, whatever the fuck his name is. Like I forget his last name, but the SR and the SRO. And so I mean, it's a long story. We can get into it sometime, but we can get into like nefarious business deal. When I talk about nefarious business dealings, I'll tell the whole story. So the option was that they were basically going to make Touring Car, which was a series I ran in, actually very expensive, and they were basically going to make all my cars obsolete. So. It wasn't they were making the cars obsolete. It was also the fact that they were pulling the money out of Touring Car. That none of the manufacturers were offering contingencies. They're just the management of the series weren't really approaching people about contingency programs for the Touring Cars, and so it makes it really hard to convince somebody to write a $22,000 check for the weekend when there's no contingency. Because originally is that when I did that, I one of the reasons I could always sell this is because I could say, hey, if you win, Mazda pays you $5,000. This other company pays you $2,000, and another company pays you like another $2,000. So of the $22,000 you put out, you get $8,000 back. That's not bad. And if you win, and everybody thinks they can win. So it was a selling point for me. When they pulled the contingency out, I didn't have that anymore. So it became, and the cost to rent between touring car and GTS, which would become FIA GT3, was so close now that people were just jumping up to FIA. FIA GT3 required about a 2.3, somewhere between 2.3 and 2.8 million dollar investment. So you need 3 cars. I would have to go back to a semi. Trailer loans $750,000. I needed a Taj Mahal race facility, which is basically some offices in front of a big enough room that you can pull a semi in so you can work on the cars, and blah, blah, blah. There's all this stuff. It's like, again, about 2.8. And I was this close to doing it. I mean, we had some money that we needed to spend before, we got taxed on it. We needed to reinvest it. And it would have worked out, where we could have made some good moves financially. But the problem is that I was kind of done. And I didn't really want to spend 2.8 because to get the investment back, because the way this works is not that you buy you buy 3 cars at $350,000 or $400,000 each and you go race them. You buy those cars at, and we were actually going to run the Ryder Engineering Lamborghinis, which were $700,000 a copy. So 1.4 million in Lamborghinis plus the backup car, right at $2 million.
Yeah.
So, and that's before we do anything else. So the Ryder Engineering Lamborghinis bitchin' car works great. They're the best way to improve the Italian car was to let the Germans build it. And, so super, super good package. We could have won with it. Knew we could. The problem is you buy the cars, then you take them all apart, check every single piece of it, fix all the things, and then put it all back together. And I don't care which car it was. 911s, we did the same thing with 911s, same thing with Ferraris, we did the same thing with McLaren, all of them. The Bentleys, we didn't run Bentleys, but I know the guys that did. Same thing. Every single the car comes down completely apart, put it all back together, make sure it's 100%. Because we're racing here. We're not playing. We're racing.
Yeah.
And
so you're essentially taking a car, which is factory spec, and making sure it comes to a performance spec that you're at.
We're taking a race car that has been built by experts and taking it apart and making sure that not only do we understand it, but that it is exactly what it's supposed to be. And if there's any problems, it gets fixed right then.
Gotcha.
Before we've even started the car, usually. So take them apart, put them back together. Then we hire a driver, or we get a driver to work with us, and then we start testing, and we try setups, we try springs, we try shocks, we try different aero packages. We'll try weight, do weight and balance issues. We'll do all these different things just in testing. So we rent the track. So that's another. We'll spend typically for a car like that, you're going to end up spending another $50,000 to $75,000 in testing easily. It could be double that. And remember, you haven't even raced yet.
Mm-hmm.
So this is and then at the very last race of the year, you'll do what's called a reconnaissance race. And you have no intention of winning. You don't even care if you really qualify. You just want to make the race. And then you try and determine if you have the pace to stay with the leaders. And you try really hard to not show too much pace, because if you're too fast, there's plenty of time in the off season to penalize you. So you want to be fast. You need to know how fast you can go, because you need to, and if you're not fast, you need to figure out why you're not fast and be able to fix it in the off season. Yeah. And then maybe the second year you get to you start your race season.
So that portion comes down to the legalese of the rule book. And
then you start lobbying, you start arguing, you start lobbying, you start sending emails. You do all of the things to get the rule changed. If you need the rule changed, or if you figure out an exploit, you keep your mouth shut really, really tight and hope that nobody figures it out. It's all, and you play that game for a whole year before you've even turned a wheel or made $1. And then you go to you go to SEMA, you go to PRI, you talk up the car, you meet with any and everybody that'll meet with you. And hopefully you walk away with at least some interest. And then if hopefully by the first race, you have a contract or two signed.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that's how you do it.
No, this has all been fascinating.
You're going to spend a ton of You're going to spend a ton of money. I mean, and you have to be able to have the testicular fortitude to spend a lot of money for nothing. And so that's why I retired. And we would have spent all of this money, and it would have taken another 5 years before we actually made money again. Right. So we would have just been paying ourselves back. We wouldn't have made any profit. And I was going to retire in 5 years anyway. And so my wife's like, why don't you just punch out now? It's just, I mean, if we're going to spend somewhere between, $2.5 to $5 million, and it's going to be 5 years before we are paid back and start making money. Why are we doing that? Why would we do that? That's not good math.
Well, let me throw this in. If you were 35 again, would you start a racing team right now?
I'd have to. I mean, I would have to really think about it and figure out where I would. I mean, I say I like GT2. It could have changed. I haven't paid any attention to it in the last year. But I know people. I still know people that race all the time. There's two ways to. I mean, I can tell you. We can talk about it later, but we can do another special show on it. But
yeah, sure.
You can never forget that no matter what, you have to have another business or two businesses supporting that race team. If you look at the guys down in Atlanta, AMS or AMG or whatever they're calling themselves now, they have a very successful race preparation shop.
Yeah.
Very. And that's where, the racing might make them, their racing might make them 50 or 60 grand a year after everything's accounted for. But the shop probably makes them $1 million a year.
Yeah, that is one thing I notice about race teams is that they're generally not solely a race team. They're also some sort of shop or CNC or engineer research and development or some sort of thing.
You need to, again, if I were 35, I would find a business that I could buy on a SBA that has an SDE of 400 grand. Or as close, maybe 350 is fine. Maybe 300. I don't know. That has a pretty reasonable SDE, so that you can put some money in your pocket and build that business while for at least the first 2 years, trying to get getting the foundation laid of a race team, and then build that business up to where you're making. Making $500,000, $600,000 a year just out of that business. And so if you have to take 100 grand out of your pocket to subsidize a season, it doesn't destroy your life.
Yeah, that sounds like a smart move.
Yeah. Which is what I did. I took 2 years. I built the business from scratch, which I wouldn't do it again at my age. Maybe if you're young, maybe it's something you could do, but I don't know. I started a business. I built the business. I spent 2 years doing it. It's just kind of my own internal non-compete with my previous employer. And then I went racing.
Yeah, it's coming down to the weight of risks. And right now, coming October, I'd essentially be taking out all the things that I've invested into and buying into whatever business venture that I decide towards. So if it would be just directly a race team out, it sounds like I would literally just be chasing to break even for many years.
Yeah.
It's
and you could go broke. You could legitimately go completely broke.
Yeah. Whereas if I started up with a business opportunity, then I could set up the race team as just kind of a side venture while still having my fallback.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think you got it.
All right. Well, that's a lot of great advice. I appreciate you going down this rabbit hole for sure.
Oh, no worries.
And I think we've had a great stream so far. So I think it's probably a good time to wrap up.
All right. Well, cool. Everyone, I'm tired. I've got a couple of people have been hitting me up, and you've probably heard my computer beeping as it is wont to do. Got to answer a couple of messages, and then I'm going to go to bed. I will be back again in a few short hours at noon on Thursday, which it is Thursday. It's been Thursday for an hour and 27 minutes. You guys have a great rest of your evening. I'm not going to redirect you. Go find a place to hang out. Be cool. As always, really be cool and wear glasses if you need them. Glasses are important. And, get off my lawn and stay out of the tornado. The tornado's a bad deal. Stay out of the tornado. See you.